All right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. Council's returning, our first meeting since we had our summer break, so thank you for being here tonight. Council, everyone's here except for Charlene Dehaney. Councillor Dehaney is going to join us virtually. She's under the weather, so she'll be with us then. So I'll call the meeting to order at 7:01, and I'll read a land acknowledgement. As visitors on this land, the town of Bradford, Gwillimbury acknowledges that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, which includes Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi Nation, collectively known as Three Fires Confederacy. We recognize the Huron-Wendat, Chippewa, and Haudenosaunee nations have walked on this territory over time. In times of great change, we recognize more than ever the importance of honoring Indigenous history and culture and are committed to moving forward the spirit of reconciliation, respect, and good health with all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. Okay. We're on to number 2. We've got recommendation that the regular council and committee whole agenda dated August 5th, 2025 be adopted as amended. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Dykey, seconded by Councillor Verkuyk. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. Declaration of pecuniary interest in the general nature, you declare it now, or if you find when you get to an issue, if you find yourself in that position, you can declare then. Seeing none right now, we'll move on then. So we're going to move to number 4, and tonight we have a special presentation. I'll just read the bio right now, and then I'll call the gentleman up. So, Art Jantz, Citizen of the Year. Art Jantz has devoted his life to preserving history and improving the infrastructure of Bradford Gwillimbury through published works, archival efforts, and decades of public service. His leadership and dedication has left a legacy, making him a true exceptional Citizen of the Year. A lifelong contributor to Bradford Gwillimbury, Art has preserved and promoted the region's history through 3 published books, the creation of the Holland Marsh Centennial Calendar and the archiving of nearly a century's worth of records and over 6,000 historical photos. Art's legacy also includes decades of public service, serving as councillor, chief building official, and project manager for key infrastructure projects, including the life-saving relocation of the North Canal. He is a founding member and past president of Drainage Superintendent Association of Ontario, and continues to share his knowledge as a speaker and community advocate. Art Jantz's passion, leadership, and dedication has left a lasting mark on Bradford Gwillimbury, making him truly an exceptional Citizen of the Year. So congratulations, Mr. Jantz. Council, will you join me up here? Join me up front. Thank you all for coming tonight. I know you couldn't make our July 1st date. Well, glad you're here tonight. It's great. Health does that too. You look fantastic. And your family's here to welcome you through all honor. Yes. Congratulations. I think that I love you. Yeah. All right, Council, thank you everyone for allowing us that opportunity to share that Citizen of the Year Award with Mr. Art Jantz. Okay, we're on to deputations. There is none. We're at 6. It's open forum, and right now, I have one person signed up for open forum, and we have a written comment from open forum. So we'll start with Linda Usher from Bond Head. Come on up. It's in the Bond Head District, Bond Head Heritage District topic. Linda, when you're ready, just hit the big purple button. Just push it. It's on now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Leduc and council members. My name is Linda Usher, and I am here to address item 9.4, Bond Head Heritage District, on your council agenda. Being a resident of this fabulous community for over 50 years, I sincerely hope that council will approve of this motion, as it has been several years in the development. There are many reasons to support this declaration. The famous Suns associated with Bond Head, being one of the oldest hamlets in Simcoe County, the heritage buildings, special events and celebrations, and public book publications. First, 4 historians are Sir Francis Bond Head, 6th Lieutenant Governor of Upper Canada, and a local resident named the hamlet after him in his honor after the Rebellion of 1837. It was originally called Rags Corners, named after the first settler who arrived in 1829. Sir William Mulock, Postmaster General of Canada, the Honourable Earl Rowe, Lieutenant Governor of Toronto and Chief Justice of Ontario and Vice Chancellor of the University of Toronto. He is actually a resident of Newton Robinson, but that is a very close neighbour to us. Sir William Osler, founder of modern diagnostic medicine. He is recognized internationally throughout the world. He has buildings named after him in various countries. And we've even had people come from great distances to visit his memorial plaque on Line 7. In 2012, it was declared one of the oldest hamlets in Simcoe County. And for that special recognition, a group of 5 volunteers, Pat Cranston, Bev Ferguson, Barry James, Mickey Nanowski, and myself as the chairperson, put on a 3-day festival in June to recognize our 175th anniversary of this hamlet. All 3 levels of government supported this special event, and what an event it was. Heritage Building walking tour, a special banner, the first banner for our hamlet, by the way, on the lampposts, a Bond Head stamp. I don't know whether you're aware of that or not, but we actually have a stamp that was published that year. Dignitaries came, lots of activities and entertainment, and even a Professor Heaven Hutchins came all the way from British Columbia. And an interfaith community service on Sunday made it possible for a donation for the Bradford Food Bank and Matthews House Hospice. Also, it was the first development of the heritage plaques. I understand that was in the newspaper recently, and I do believe we had the first ones. There's that banner, by the way, in case you haven't seen it. It was in Bond Head. And this was the stamp, what it looked like. Okay. And as I said, plaques were on the houses. You still see them there on the houses in Bond Head. As well, the volunteer committee organized the Osler bench dedication and a Bond Head bench and ginkgo tree dedication and an old-fashioned picnic. Also, there was a book entitled History of Bond Head, Area 175 Years. First printing was in 2012. This was headed by Vera Stewart and Vera Stoddard, and they had volunteers that helped her. I was one of them. Another smaller book was entitled, and I know I have it here somewhere, but I'll find it, about the plaque, about the old plank road. And I seem to have misplaced it, I'm sorry. but it talked about the fact that I think we had the first plank road in Ontario, just outside of Bond Head, leading into Bradford. And that was published in 1984. Also, were you aware that Bond Head held the first Santa Claus parade in the area of Bradford, Tottenham, Beaton, and Alliston 50 years ago? And as well, there's a Bond Head song written and music by Joe Pepino in 1974. And finally, most important are the heritage buildings, with 2 that are provincially designated, and I believe there's 17 on the BWG registry. There may be others, as there are 40 who are considered 100 years old and several 150 years old in this community. The hamlet of Bond Head is a remarkable survivor, being 188 years old this year. I hope that the extensive research over the past several years recommends this designation, and BW Council proceeds with the needed bylaw to declare the Heritage Conservation District. Definitely, Bond Head is a historical heritage gem within the town of BWG. It needs to be preserved, protected, its heritage, its history, and identity. Thank you.
No, thank you, Linda, for that. Wonderful history lesson we had there, and it was perfect. It was wonderful.
And I found the book.
Oh, you found the book.
Life on the Old Plank Road. It, gosh, it was put out by the Tecumseh and West Gwillimbury Historical Society, 1984.
Were we the first toll road in Ontario?
I think it was, if I remember correctly, yes.
The history says
even have a
we're the
picture
first
of
toll
it.
road.
And I think it went all the way to, they're saying, I think all the way to just outside of Bradford. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Thank
great
you.
history there.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with that later on in our agenda, and if you're around, and if council has any questions or whatever, if they'd like to ask them, she's such an expert in Bond Head that we would more than welcome you up if you would have any questions for her.
Well, I know the people you had looking after that did great research.
Yeah.
They had a lot of meetings, and they even had a walkabout as well that I took part in.
There's a great report coming to our council on 9.4, and we look forward to that. So thank you, Linda, for that. Appreciate that very much. And then we have a written submission, so I'll have the clerk read that.
Yeah, we've received a written submission from Brent Fellman, so I'll read that on his behalf. My name is Brent Fellman. I think most of you know me. I would have come in person, but it is my son's birthday and family comes before politics. Digital voting may be convenient, but it's not trustworthy or transparent. Canadians are increasingly losing confidence in our democratic processes, and continuing to use black box systems without a paper trail only fuels that distrust. A 2023 Ledger poll found that just 43% of Canadians trust elections, a sharp drop from 58% the year before. In 2018, 51 Ontario municipalities using Dominion voting systems suffered major disruptions when a bandwidth cap locked voters out of online voting. Canada has seen serious cybersecurity failures, including 11,000 plus CRA accounts hacked in 2020, Global Affairs Canada cyber attack in 2022, major hospital and RCMP systems targeted. If our federal and provincial systems aren't secure, how can we expect municipal digital elections to be? Online voting also removes public transparency. With paper ballots, scrutineers and candidates can observe the process. With digital voting, the system counts itself, and there's no way for the average voter to verify their vote was counted correctly. Council, you have the power to restore public confidence. Please say no to online and telephone voting, bring back paper ballots, the gold standard of transparent, verifiable elections. Respectfully, Brent Fellman.
All right, thank you for that. That's we'll be dealing with that later on at 9.8 in our agenda. And there's no further open forum submissions. Okay, so we're on to 7, adoption of the minutes and committee of whole recommendations. So I have 7.1, recommendation that the minutes of the regular council meeting dated June 17, 2025 be adopted as printed. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Ferragini. Question, concerns? Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick one to the CAO. We referred the Line 8 report and the Delegation of Authority bylaw report, but we didn't specify in the motion when we wanted them to come back. I think we said as quickly as possible, but would we be able to confirm a timeline on those, please?
Thank you. We expect to have both of those reports in front of council in September.
Okay. Any further questions or comments with the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. 7.2, adoption of special council minutes. Recommendation of the minutes of the special meeting of council dated July 2nd, 2025 be adopted as printed. Mover seconder, please. Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Dykey. Questions or concerns with these minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're into correspondence. We have two items on correspondence. We have 8.1, the Integrity Commissioner's Periodic Report 2025. So a recommendation that council receive the 2025 Integrity Commissioner's Periodic Report for information. Now, mover second person on the floor. Moved by Councillor Dykey, or Councillor Burkike, seconded by Councillor Harper. Questions, concerns with the report? Oh, okay. Councillor Scott and Councillor Harper.
Thank you again. I'll just comment. I didn't want this to go unnoticed. First, thank you to our Integrity Commissioners for this thoughtful update. We've had conversations several times, both in public and in private, around what they're raising in the report, and I think it's worth just dwelling on the fact that we have the Integrity Commissioner formally reminding us of what is expected of the mayor and what's expected of council. Tone at the top really matters, and respect isn't just a word that we teach children in school. It's how we're expected to operate in a professional workplace. This isn't about politics, it's about setting standards, and the public deserves a council that leads by example, that listens, respects boundaries, and models the kind of conduct we want to see throughout the organization. So our job, notwithstanding so-called strong mayor powers, is to set the strategic direction and provide oversight. And we work collaboratively with each other and with our staff to do that. So it's important that staff know that they're to give frank advice and loyal implementation, as the saying goes, and that council's got to respect that frank advice and it has to expect the loyal implementation. We employ you to be experts and we need to hear your advice. We're not always going to agree as a council, and that's fine, but we can disagree without crossing lines. We can keep calm, act professionally, and when we are confused or unsure about something, we can seek guidance rather than getting angry, whether that's about a policy question or a procedural one. This report's timely. A year from now, we'll be electing a new council, but for the remainder of this term, staff and the public deserve to have confidence that council wants to set a good tone at the top, that the character of our elected officials matter, and that this is a professional workplace where everyone deserves to be safe and respected. So once again, I think the Integrity Commissioner has given us a timely update on what is expected of members of council, and I trust the public will hold us accountable to those standards.
Thank you. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the report from Integrity Commissioner on this, from Principles Integrity. I understand the aim that was to promote ethical behavior in municipal government, raise public trust in elected officials, and encourage accountability, transparency, and respect within the council and the local boards. I took a little bit of confusing remarks from it when they failed to actually report more transparency in regards to the amount. They gave us the amount of conducts or amount of investigations. And while I understand the positive and fostering respect and professionalism to try to make ethical governance whole in regards to informal processes, and that's fine, but I believe it lacks a little bit of transparency and hard performance data that the public deserves to know. If the objective is to informally resolve most things, and that's their goal, as it says in the report, I understand that direction, and that's okay if it can informally resolve. But the matters of what types of occurrences, and maybe that's reflective in the type of material that's being transparent to us in regards to what they would like to portray in the messaging. But without fully being transparent, it certainly, I would think some would take it as like a lack of transparency, and I would hope that they could come back and give us a little bit more detail. The data and the transparency of what happens, the particular details don't matter, but it's about outlining the types of like things that they did solve. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferragini.
Thank you. So this has been my third term on council, and I'll be honest that I was kind of disappointed when I read this report that they put forward. Councillor Scott hit on quite a few things, and he put it nicely. When I read this, I almost felt like it was like a parent scolding a child when this came forward to me, because it was reminding council to play nice in the sandbox with everybody, working together. We're here as a group, and we're supposed to work together. We can disagree. That's what it's all about. We can debate. That's all it's all about. But when it goes that step further, it's not right, and that's not what council is about. There was a section about non-disparagement, and it had to remind council that it's healthy to debate and disagree, but it's a reminder not to attack other members of council and name call. There was a section about social media posts and a reminder about non-disparagement on there to call out members of council, because it could be and would be recorded. One of the other areas of concern that continue to arise relates to members of council overstepping their role, attempting to take the reins or fix a constituent's problem, or directing staff how to do their job. So the elected officials, our job as a council, and we had to be reminded in this, is that we don't have a role in the day-to-day administration of municipal government unless we're specifically authorized by the statute. So when residents come to us, obviously we are to be the voice, and we are to bring those forward and ask staff, or tell staff, here's a concern, where can we look at this? And staff bring us their professional expertise, and we can make decisions based on reports that are brought to us. We set policies similar to what Councillor Scott was bringing up. We set policies, and we work with the budget to make sure that we spend taxpayers' dollars wisely. But that's the role of council, no further than that. So it was kind of disappointing to me reading this report and having to have these reminders, especially coming to the end of our term right now. It just kind of, it was almost like a little salt on the wound reading that one. And I didn't like it, but I appreciate that came forward.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll comment too on it. It's a disturbing report in a sense. I've never seen this many reports. I see reports before. I've been here 5 terms now, and this is the most I've ever seen for this council in Bradford, Gwillimbury. So, but I will say that we've had our differences at council, and that's fine. It's okay to have those differences and not agree with everybody at the same time. That's fine too. I can tell you though, there are a lot of councils out there, and speaking with the integrity commissioners, there's a lot of councils out there that have a lot of problems, and we are pretty lucky to be the council we are, because we actually do work very well together and we get things done, and that's the key, is getting things done. And so there are some councils out there that are in serious trouble. I mean, the province stepped into the Mathlin Black River and removed that council, took over that one, and the Pickering Council has problems, and there's all sorts of problems right across this country. It has gotten much more difficult to be a politician in this country. So it's a difficult thing, but it's a great report in a sense that it keeps us, it lets us understand some of the things we need to do better, and I, as a leader, will do my best to do better and make sure that we follow the rules and make sure that we deliver what we need to do when it comes to council and serve our residents the best we can. So that's my promise to everyone, is to make sure I do a better job myself. So, okay, so I have, yeah, go ahead.
So I'm glad we got to have a bit of a discussion there. The mayor just said the key thing is getting things done. I agree. Getting things done properly is the next part of that sentence, and it's equally as important. And yes, there are councils that have a lot of problems, but we have to hold ourselves to a high standard because our public is watching. And so it doesn't satisfy to know that we're better than Pickering and the problems they're having there.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll call for the vote. I've got a mover and a seconder on this, so all in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're on to the second one, the Township of Georgian Bay Regulation for Floating Accommodations. I have a recommendation that Council receive and support the Township of Georgian Bay Resolution dated June 2nd, 25 regarding the regulation of floating accommodations. Mover and seconder, please put this on the floor. By Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Harper. Questions or concerns? Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I get a point of clarification in regards to what it's asking us to do? In this report, there's 2 options. One is to just basically deny flotation, and the other one is to support it with moorings and stuff. So could I get clarification as to what it's asking us to confirm?
Yeah, so Georgian Bay's, their recommendation is that now they're, so it says, whereas flotation accommodations position paper, April 2025, provides detailed guidance to Ontario municipalities on the regulation of floating accommodations, highlighted critical legal and environmental challenges, and whereas the document identifies significant gaps in current provincial and federal frameworks that municipalities are best positioned to address through zoning and land use bylaws, and whereas the paper recommends proactive municipal action based on successful case studies and legal precedents such as the Gillespie versus Ontario decision, and whereas Georgian Bay Township has already taken steps to address floating accommodations and has an interest in promoting inter-municipal collaboration on this issue. Now therefore be resolved, the council received the floating accommodation position paper May 2025 for informational purposes, and that the clerk be further directed to forward the document and this resolution to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and member municipalities for consideration and potential provincial advocacy. So, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. While I read that too, there still didn't tell us which option we want to do, 1 or 2, in this report. So that's why I'm asking for a clarification. Which way are we headed on this? It looks more like number 2, which definitely supports restricted floating accommodations to fixed and permanent moorings, because then those will be held to more collaborative like bylaws, municipal guidelines, and municipal zoning bylaws as well. So am I correct to assume that?
I think you're correct to assume that.
Okay.
It's actually 2. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you.
It's actually 2, but it'll be at AMO, and we'll push it through AMO. Hopefully, with Councillor Dehaney's support at AMO, we'll be able to push that through. And I think it's something that we all have to be aware of.
Thank you.
Our community. So, thank you. Okay. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're into number 9, staff reports, 9.1. So our first staff report is the Community Improvement Plan, CIP program options, EDO 2025-3, and we have a presentation by Jonathan Hack from Sierra Planning. So, come on up. Good evening.
So we have a quick presentation, and it summarizes what was a fairly big and lengthy report from us as consultants in your package, along with a staff report. So I'll just get straight into it. If I have the technology to be able to do that. Next slide. There you go. I won't waste much time on what is a CIP. You've obviously this particular council has heard from us several times, but just to go through that history for everyone's benefit. So in the last sort of updates were 2022 to the programs that are currently on hiatus. The seniors housing, which was a successful CIP, has essentially been on hiatus, and I think now is a recommendation to remove that. But since then, in December of 2023, we came forward with sort of a comprehensive set of performance metrics, how these CIPs have performed, both the downtown and the industrial, and then in the fall of last year, we had a roundtable facilitation, which I really appreciated everyone on council being able to give some of their opinions, and I think the opinions help shape what we've put into both the reporting that we provided. We summarized the bookends of opinion, and I think the programs that we're suggesting go forward in different phases reflect that. So the CIP has sort of been under the microscope, and this is the next iteration of that with some recommendations before you. If you can just go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so that really summarizes all of the various changes that have been put in place. So you can go through to the next slide. So, thank you. So just to, one of the things we do want to, we recognize there are considerations, and council has been very clear about it, of how best to use, for example, various programs in effect for downtown and then for the industrial CIP. How can we change it? How can we make sure that the money that you are spending through the public purse is going to generate maximum impact? So the next couple of slides just give you an indication of whether there's some staying power for some of these programs. So irregardless of whether the downtown CIP is bigger, held in abeyance, whatever it might be, the types of programs that remain relevant are itemized there. So facade improvement grant, that's the one that is the most visual. But there again, you're not in the business of essentially providing benefits to particular tenancies and leasehold improvements and using corporate signage. You're looking for improvements to the building. Sandblasting the brick, going with the right kind of guidelines. And so that has, as long as that's in place, that still has some merit, particularly for the older stock in town. The building restoration, renovation, and improvement grants, so just for everyone's recollection, that was a sort of a bigger budget grant that could be used for internal renovations to improve the capability of these commercial buildings, and could include some upper floor residential conversions. Council has had some concerns over the years with how the money is allocated to best effect. You're not critiquing the particulars, but the idea is that you want to make sure that whatever money is put in goes to the long-term sustainability of the building and not what you generally call as property owners' responsibility for life cycle maintenance and all the usual things that we all have to fund. So that's still, as long as that is the case, that fund, if it's used surgically, can still be of some benefit. Planning fees and building permits, they're often used, they don't have great leverage power because they're not huge amounts of money, but they are money that you have to find from a CIP reserve, so they are money coming out of the tax base. And it's really an opportunity to signal a continued open for business role. So it goes alongside some of the other programs and strategies that the town is putting in place. Development charges are, they've been subject to considerable legislative changes, so we continue to try and sort of play catch up. But as it relates to commercial, leaving housing aside for a moment, there's some potential to be used for development charges, but nothing like as it was in the past as it relates to industrial, for example. So that last one, development charge equivalent grant, we're really not using that anymore and not proposing that for the industrial CIP either. Next slide, please. Some, other matters that council has weighed in on and that we've got some considerations in the report and the recommendations. Agricultural businesses, what's the nature of the issue to be solved? How should you assist? Is there a role for a community improvement plan? The historic nature of properties in some of the urban and rural areas, particularly Bond Head, so we've addressed that. The whole matter of using tax increment grants, try and make it as effective as possible. It's still tax money that is owed to the municipality that is granted back. So although it's deferred revenue, it needs to be looked at as that deferred revenue. You still have the operating costs for municipal services that taxes are meant to support. So if you're giving taxes back, it has to be effectively getting the impacts that you want in terms of economic development. Then a number of other ones which are not on the slate for consideration right now, but if council or even a future council wants to consider it, looking at housing elements of a community improvement plan. Very complicated. Again, got to be very careful in terms of matching the funding to the realistic outcomes that you can achieve. But there's a number of different programs that can be put in place there. And then, the idea that in the future there is the opportunity to use CIPs in a very strategic way, for example, to get particular kinds of development. A hotel is a good example of that one. Next slide, please. So I won't go through too much of the detail here. It is covered off in the staffing report, but as it relates to the industrial areas CIP, and I should just take a moment just to note that, Bradford was one of the first to put an industrial areas CIP in place, and it was generously funded for a number of years, and it's been extreme. If you look at the metrics of money in versus the leveraged amount that it's provided, it's been very successful. So we want it to continue. It's certainly a consultant's recommendation that it's got a lot of merit, and it goes alongside the recommendation that we think that for a range of reasons, but being most practical, expanding the community improvement project area to the entirety of the municipality is it's essentially an administrative step. I'll be happy to take any questions on it, but what it does is it allows you to, for example, look at employment wherever employment is happening. So we've had conversations about, do you or do you not incentivize Highway 400 lands, for example. And I think what we're trying to do here is say that you need to, and Council was very clear the last time we were here, whatever assistance you give to industry has to be that which is going to make a significant difference. And so it's focusing on larger employers, larger floor space. You see on the right side of the page there, it should be geared to higher order land use in industrial terms. So that's manufacturing, logistics, technology, the kinds of things that are going to end up coming out of the separate industrial land strategy that is currently underway by Avison Young. So this is an important one, and it's going to be using a tax increment grant, using the municipal tax for a maximum of 7 years and at a rate of 50%. So potentially, given the industrial tax rates, that's a sizable amount. So there's some, if council moves forward with moving on and bringing back the IA-CIP, taking it off hiatus status, then I think there's some number crunching that needs to be done to just give council the advice of exactly what you might be in for in terms of foregone revenues. Because as I said, tax increment grants are, you know, they look good and they are good, but they're still public money which is being utilized. So we have to do a very good job in assessing the merit on each application. Next slide, thanks. Thanks. For the DCIP for downtown, the essential restructuring of that is to make sure, and the last bullet on the left-hand side, make sure buildings are improved with long-term viability as a commercial premises to meet all code and modern accessibility standards. So make it as impactful as possible. That's true for facade improvements as it is for any of the other programs. But try and align this in terms of timing with the the reconstruction that's happening with Holland Street. There are some opportunities to defer then until we have a second phase for that. Next slide. Thanks. Just continuing on, there's still a role for planning and building fee grants to be able to provide a smaller level of assistance to plans for investment in downtown that do require planning applications to be made and building permits to be filed. And then the Public Art and Mural Grant Program is really one where we're recommending continue it under current guidelines, but update it and potentially incorporate it into a new DCIP if that were to happen in the next year or so. Next slide. I do think, again, this is really not part of the recommendations for this evening, but just looking forward. If you're going to, if council has a wish to get into housing and to look at more specific forms of assistance that can assist general housing development, then things like having an environmental site assessment grant can be helpful. That's with regard to contaminated lands cleanup. And then, of course, you've got a range of housing housing affordability measures that can be put in place to some degree, and then also looking at bond head in terms of commercial properties for the improvements there as well. On the tourism, on the agriculture side, we've moved in the direction of really focus on tourism to the extent that there is a tourism market to be served, as opposed to assisting general agricultural operations, because it's I think that's the thin end of a very big issue. And again, if we're trying to do everything, the CIP will be washed out pretty quickly. So council's going to have to make some choices as to where it focuses its attention. Next slide. I'm not going to read through these, but the work that's being done to phase any improvements to the CIP, both before the new council and after, when there's a new council in place at the end of 2026, is all hinged upon a range of things that have been undertaken and are ongoing within the municipality. So they're listed there. You know, we could add to that the Heritage Conservation District work, which I know is upcoming this evening as it relates to Bond Head, and the housing needs in particular, and concierge program as it relates to focusing on the benefits of employment development. Next slide. So you do have a staff report in front of you which summarizes a lot of this, but just to sort of consolidate everything I've been saying, there's a number of phases, the first of which is to reactivate the industrial areas community improvement plan, and to do so with council approval to work on those programs that I had outlined, and to determine the relative size of budget that is required and look for any sources of funding that may be there to assist. The second phase, which is sort of second quarter 2026 through to the end of the year and into 2027, would be to reconsider the downtown community improvement plan. Based on the commentary that we've heard from council when we facilitated that session back in October of last year, the third phase, if you were to move forward, again, similar timelines would be to address housing, and that would dovetail with presumably the conclusion of some of the other housing strategy work that's being done. So it's premature now, but it's appropriate then. And then the fourth phase, I think, is to look at any potential for the agricultural areas. And that's put there because in terms of our priorities, we're clear on it. We see it as a lesser priority than the other aspects that you have before you. So that is the plan in a nutshell. I'd be happy to take any questions if I can hand it back to you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hack. Thank you for that presentation. All right, Council, I open the floor up for any questions to the presentation or to the ECDEV. We have a report that has a couple of options here. So, anybody want to put an option on the floor? Councillor Dykey.
I guess I'm going to put the option number 1. I would like to see I see all the benefits, and I see industrial benefits that's taken place, and I've seen a few benefits definitely in some of the storefronts and various different projects. But I think in these financial times, until we see the budget for this fall, I would be very cautious. I know that you put money on different things. It could be very beneficial, but I just, I just worried with all the big financial capital that's needed in the future. How much can we really afford? So I'm just trying to be, I guess penny tight in a sense, because there's a lot of things need to be done. I know that there's a lot of buildings, accessibility, openings and storefronts and access behind or construction. There's a lot of things that will benefit, but I feel that until we look at the budget, see what we can afford and what we can't afford. I'm just speaking myself personally.
Okay, thank you. So I've got option 1, but we'll just go around a little bit to see, and then we'll get a census of what we want to. You want to second it? Okay. 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 I've got it. That's what you're seconding. Okay, we have a second for that on the table, option 1. So now I'll go to more comments. You had your hand up, Councillor Harper first, and then I'll come across this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues representing option 1 with the second motion from my colleague from Ward 3. I have to support that. The phases in which you brought forward and the amount of results. When I came to council, the CIP and the industrial CIP program were already in place. I supported council's decision from past decisions to the best of my ability. There were people that did benefit from it, and there were concerns about it. But I didn't see a vast improvement that I would have hoped that these CIP programs would have created. Would have been huge transformations, but I didn't see huge transformations. I saw loopholes that people were using and helping their businesses, and I was happy to oblige because they followed the guidelines that were set in place. No harm, no foul. but I believe that it didn't give us the exact amount of return on the investment that was put into it. And that's my opinion. The other part of this is that you have a phase in there regarding affordable housing, and that part, without actually taking into account of any polling or any data or support of the residents that come to Bradford for the feel and look and feel of this community. That type of phase would actually detrimentally change the look and feel of what people buy here for. And that part I don't like. So it would need some work. I'm not opposed to, the actual premise of affordable housing. I just see that there's some challenges with that phase. So I believe I'm going to support option 1 on this, and I appreciate your efforts and the work you've done so far. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I have now Councillor Sandhu, Councillor Ferragini, and Councillor Dehaney.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Hack, thank you. Mr. Gillis, thanks for your presentation and your report. When we started the CIP program years ago, I believed in it, and I still think it's a good program. But I also think this council was right when we put it on hiatus to hit a pause button on it. And I still think right now is not the time to activate it. I agree with option 1. There's lots of good stuff in this report, but there's also more work that needs to be done. Like phase 3, we're talking about affordable housing and other housing options, but there's other levels of government that we should be exploring and seeing what partnership we can get. Either I missed it or I don't see that in the report. There's downtown CIP. We had many concerns when the applications came forward, and we addressed some are still outstanding. And based on, it comes down to dollar. The report says that as of January 1st, 2026, we will have $65,000 in that reserve. That's not even enough to fund one project. And it says to put more money into it at the budget time, but there's other hot issues that we need to deal with. This is nice to have, but not must in my mind. And right now, I would support option 1.
Thank you, and thank you to members of council that have spoken. Just a couple of issues, just to give a little bit of context on. Maybe I'll deal with that one first. So 65,000, and yeah, it's not a lot of budget. The approach I would look at, though, if you were to go down the track of reopening the industrial areas CIP, is the focus essentially is on a tax increment grant. So that, again, as hopefully I've been very clear, it's still public money, but it's not a draw on the reserve unless you choose it to be a draw on the reserve. So you can take the money in and then rebate it back at the rate of 50% for whatever the eligible costs are. Maybe it's 7 years, maybe it's 3 years, depends on the application. So I would not necessarily align the low budget that exists in the reserve now with a reason as to not do the industrial area CIP unless you think that 65 can be better spent elsewhere. And that's obviously council's decision. So that's one thing. On the housing side of things, I think it's really important to recognize we haven't put forward a plan in any way. We haven't done the research. All we've done is give an indication of what programs are in effect elsewhere, and some of those locations, like a Barrie or a Guelph, are where they have significant funds through the Housing Accelerator Fund that they obtained. Questions about planning prudence on this and whether it's a good thing, those are things you would get into if you commissioned to look at a plan. So I just want to be clear that we're not actually recommending any one program at this point. We're just saying phase 3, if you had a mind to do it, that's the period at which that's when you would focus on it within the work plan. So, thank you.
Just a comment. That is why, Mr. Hack, I'm saying we continue to hit the pause and not just say straight no. And I agree with you what you're saying, but I still believe it's not the right time right now.
Councillor Ferragini.
Thank you. I'm also the opinion of going to option one and putting this on hiatus. We had stopped putting money into it in 2023. The remaining in the budget, based on the report, the remaining in the budget would be to move forward with the phase one of implementing this, and then we would be looking at putting 100 to 300, and then another section said 250 to 350,000 per year as our budget for the CIP. As commented around this table, we have so many things coming up for the budget, and to add this now or to even look at adding this right now, I'm not in favor of that. Many things have come forward, and I know things can be tweaked, but when we originally started this, the CIP program, we originally started with the seniors housing living styles, and we got those, which worked out beautiful. And then for the downtown CIP, we saw it be utilized at the beginning, and buildings were starting to look great, and I saw the investment go in there, and it was making our downtown look good. Then it came to the point where it was getting a little frustrating for me to approve, but they were following the rules. It started to look like a cost of doing business, which most businesses should be doing on their own anyways, based on what they want to do with their business. The one question that I do have, because I am in favor of putting this on hiatus, I don't want to be putting any more money into the CIP, but in regards to the industrial, if there was potential to have a big player come to our municipality and they were looking for a DC deferral, could that not just come directly to council? Would we have to have a CIP program in place? Because that one there is one that I could support, because we don't lose any money. We get our money in the end, but because the DC charges, we have asked for relief over time, and they have been paid back. So that one, as long as that can still come to council, I'm totally good with just putting the rest of the CIP programs on hiatus.
I'll turn to our CEO to have a comment on that.
Thanks, Your Worship. With respect to the development charge deferrals, council is entitled to, at its discretion, entertain those at any time. There does not need to be a CIP program in place for that.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Dehaney and Councillor Giordano next.
Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan, thank you so much for that thorough presentation. And I am going to lean to option one. My reason being is for fairness for all, especially the small businesses and the home-based businesses in our community. Oftentimes we see those businesses are being left behind. We know that it's very important to create opportunities for the agriculture, housing, and development. But at this time, I believe to be fair for everyone is to continue pausing it. Also, another thing, this is taxpayers' money. And I believe we want to hear more from those entrepreneurs, especially those businesses, who are sending application, right, to help with their businesses to thrive. I believe we should open up the consultation. So I'm going to recommend that we open up the consultation for the public to come in, right? Even those aspired entrepreneurs, to hear what are their challenges, what can we do, how can we improve the CIP program so that their businesses can thrive. So at this time, that's what I am definitely recommending and leaning on, because we need to know what are their challenges, because the CIP program is there to help businesses thrive in our community, not to just issue and dash out money, right? Because it is there. Want to make sure that we're utilizing it fairly and that we are helping businesses to thrive, especially the small guys and the home-based businesses. So that's my 2 cents. Mayor, how do I do the recommendation to staff to have a public consultation to connect with those entrepreneurs and those aspired entrepreneurs from this about the CIP program?
So, Councillor, I would probably ask our CEO next week to ask for staff report at the next council meeting. We'll bring it as a staff report. You can ask for staff report to have that happen and have ECDEV go and look at that in the future for staff. So I'd ask our CEO, just he'll be on vacation, so you can go through our deputy CEO, and we'll get that as a staff report. They'll bring it as a staff report for the next meeting. All right? Through ECDEV.
Sorry, staff report to recommend a consultation for the public?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We'll do it through a staff report.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Giordano next.
Thank you. So I do appreciate all the colleagues' comments. I was definitely leaning more towards option one, and but there is something that I want to be mindful of is in this economic climate, we need to give as many tools as possible to our economic development team. There's a lot of opportunities, even with all this disruption in the economy, for people to relocate, make financial decisions with their businesses and whatnot. So I do feel that putting on a hiatus is the right decision because we're lacking, or we're on the verge of having some of those strategies come forward that this would then partner up with. But at this point in time, you know, I think some people have mentioned it, that we've seen some sort of, especially in the DCIP, we've seen a lot of people use it for leasehold improvements in a way that maybe wasn't the intention, but it still fit within the guidelines. So I definitely would love a stronger DCIP, not just for, let's call it light restoration. I would love to see a pretty significant restoration, addition, or new construction, or transformation of the downtown. So I would love to have additional incentivification for the downtown core to do something more than just upgrading a building. I'm talking take the building down or preserve the heritage of the facade and reconstruct something that maybe is you know, a multi-use development type project. That's where I see the DCIP really going. In addition, one of the other concerns I have is, and you kind of took my question there, which was in the industrial zones. If people are going to come to the industrial zones and we have a significant business that comes there, yeah, absolutely we need to look at it. What I'm concerned with is that with all the industrial you know, it's the automation that's taking place, a lot of this is massive buildings with very little amount of employees in there. So yeah, we might get a little bit of the, you know, the tax incentives from having those types of businesses here, but really those types of businesses don't drive tons of economic growth to our actual businesses. They're not going out for lunches, they're not shopping locally. There's, you know, a handful of employees working in a massive factory and warehouse, and it's a lot of boxes and shipping logistics moving in and out. So I'd like to see, you know, a lot more consideration for other types of businesses in the industrial area off the 400, which I think that there's a lot of people looking around, which is really good, and we're definitely motivated to work with those types of businesses. The last thing I want to say is when it comes to housing, one of the concerns that I have is a lot of people are taking Bradford and coming up here and carving up homes and turning it into a nice little program for them to you know, run multiple little residents out of it and earn income. So if it does come down to some types of housing, again, it needs to be with the strategy. We need to identify what type of housing that we're interested in doing, how we're going to fund it, if we are going to fund it. But I'm not interested in making a bunch of people, you know, landlords. That's not my goal. My goal is to transform the downtown area, and I think that that's really important. So ultimately, yeah, I support the council with going on a hiatus, but I think, or continuing the hiatus, but I think we really need to shape this and give the tools to our economic development team as quickly as possible so we can maximize the markets right now. I think there's a lot of opportunity, even with all this disruption, to really reach out and have people reach out. So it's a little bit of a shame that we can't, you know, continue with something at this point, but I think we need those tools in our toolbox, and maybe you can address some of that.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say, yeah, you know, whether it's on a hiatus or you operate it, but you choose not to fund the programs, it's 6 of one, half of the other, half a dozen of the other, it is still there to be used. So if you did have a big opportunity that comes in and you did the homework on what the balance of benefit is, whether it's employment or just square footage and taxes paid, you could turn the CIP back on very quickly. I don't think unless you made major changes, you would have to go back through a public process, but that would be your choice. But even if you did, you could expedite that. So.
Councillor Scott, next.
Thank you for the presentation and the work that went into it. I want to make a few comments and try and pick up on some of what was said, because I agree with a lot of it. Councillor Ferragini talked about over time the downtown CIP started to look like the cost of doing business. And one of the things that I think we recognize is there's the cost of doing business on the municipality as well. And what I mean by that is when I worked in the Premier's office and we were putting major grants to attract big employers, you were looking for the municipality or the region to match it, to help incentivize so we could compete with Upper New York State, Ohio, what have you. And we've seen some major employers come to town, renovate in my ward, in the industrial area, and elsewhere in town, and we've secured those local jobs. But it's become this sort of arms race of everyone's doing it, so everyone has to do it. And we're here to have value for our taxpayers' money. And in the past, Councillor Giordano's talked about, and I think you referenced it tonight as well, the downtown has to be big enough to be meaningful. When it first started, we saw a lot of facade improvements, and it looked like it had momentum. We've seen much more leasehold improvements lately. So I think we need a program to provide grants as an economic development tool so that we can be attracting business to town. My frustration is I don't know how that fits into a budget. With the strong mayor budget, we have a presumed 3% increase pursuant to a mayoral direction to do that without understanding what the needs are from the department heads. So I have no idea where a $300,000 economic development line item fits into a budget designed to meet a political percentage target. So that's a frustration that I have sitting here today, 4 or 5 months in advance of our budget coming to council, because it's being reverse engineered to hit a political target rather than to identify the needs. I think keeping the project on hiatus is the only responsible thing to do in that context, not knowing how the budget's going to turn out. But I don't like the second half of that recommendation that says no further action will be taken. I'd actually like you to put together a thorough plan that addresses industrial, downtown, Bond Head, and diversification of agriculture. Agriculture remains our #1 job base. And so I'd want to have a CIP program continue to be developed, perhaps for next term to review, that looks at how can we actually do this in a meaningful way that addresses our key economic drivers, other public policy goals like downtown revitalization, energy efficiency, heritage preservation, affordable housing. But I need to see that complete picture, because you said earlier, Mr. Hack, you're prioritizing industrial, not agriculture. I might make the opposite choice, depending on the needs, depending on how the economy's shaping out. But ultimately, sitting here today, I'm keeping it on hiatus, but continuing to do the homework. That's how I feel I have to vote tonight, not knowing how this budget process is going to unfold the way it's been set up.
Okay, I'll get back to you. Okay, yeah, you just seconded, so I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I'd actually like to see the CIP program dropped, because I just think it's putting too much time on our staff. I'd rather see our economic development actually go and further enhance the Concert Shape program and attract business and market our town and do those things, and stop doing all these studies about CIPs and all this stuff. If we need to do an improvement, or if we need to do an incentive for a company to come here for growth, we can look at that on a one-on-one basis. But to just continuously, if we see a real need, like with the downtown core, the facade improvements, there was a definite need. When we had seniors housing, a definite need, we created a CIP program for it. But I don't see the need right now for a CIP program. But I'm going to, I seconded option 1, and let's just keep it on hold.
So, Mr. Hack, you want to comment on the investment option, like the one-on-one investment option? You want to comment on that? I think. No, what Councillor Kike just said. He would like to put he said we can look at it on a one-on-one basis. We can incentivize. I assume that's against the provincial rules.
I can't speak to the issue of staff time and how it's being used elsewhere, but just taking at face value that you know, it's always at a premium and you want to use staff effectively. What you have currently is you have 2 CIPs, a downtown CIP and an industrial CIP, which are both, they're in existence, right? And so you have not chosen to end them, you've chosen to leave them on hiatus. I'll say again, my only comment, if budget issues are going to be, you know, they're uncertain at this time, is that on the industrial side, if you rested on the tax increment grant as an option, you could leave that one as open, because that is a tax increment grant. No other funding from a CIP reserve would be required. So in theory, it would remain budgeted only if an application were to come forward. to get development and then approved, and then MPAC reassesses it, so it could be several years down the road. That's a matter for senior management to determine what the fiscal impact would be on that, because as I said, it's not nothing. But that's one way you could do it. But I think the fact is that if you put the plans on hiatus, they still exist as plans, and so you can choose to bring them back at your discretion, or
Okay,
develop
thanks.
them, I should say. Yeah.
Thanks. So I just wanted to say, thank you very much for the presentation. Great work. And to our staff, the Economic Development Office, great work on the CIPs. I wanted to listen to council first before I put my comments out there. And I still think the CIPs did a great job, especially the industrial CIP. It actually reaped about $200 million worth of growth within our community when it comes to what we did on reagents and other areas within our community. So to me, the industrial CIP is a real tool that can help our existing business. And I would certainly love to see that carry on with a tax grant, so a TIG, do a tax increment grant system where it doesn't really hit our budget. There's no budget implication at that point in time. It allows us to offer it up to our existing business in our community, so it keeps that program alive and it keeps it in the toolbox so that when we have businesses call us, and let's say, a lot of businesses, and we lost DSV, the 1.3 million square foot building, we lost DSV. They went to Innisfil, they were looking here, and they didn't come here. I don't know if they communicated with our staff or not, but that's where I want them to pick up the phone. I want them to pick up our phone and ask, what is this? What is the CIP? What does this do for our business? How does this help us? That's where we get the conversation. When they go on our website and they look at our economic development website and they search that site, if they don't reach out to us, we actually don't know they were here. So having something in the toolbox makes them hopefully pick up the phone and call us and say, what is that? What can we do here? Can we invest in Bradford or not? Is it worth it? So it just gives us a chance to do that. And so option 2 would have been straightforward, that it's the industrial CIP that I would love to see move forward with a tax grant only. So move the tax grant there. The deferred DCs, we can do that anytime we want. That's a council initiative. We can do that anytime we want. But that's what I would love to see. I understand. I agree with council. The downtown CIP, I would say put it on hiatus, leave it there. Other CIPs, this talks about bringing future options. We will have that budget discussion coming soon. There's nothing surprising about the budget. It's been done this way for the whole term. It was a directive from me that gave a 3.5% average increase across our term here. So it's average. That's what our average is going to be, our tax increase over the 4 years that we're here at council. So it's nothing surprising. Staff are building that budget. I have been given that responsibility by the province, and I gave that directive, and that's it, and it's up to council. It's your budget. You do what you want with it. You want tax to go up? You do that. You want tax to go down? You do that. But it's your budget. You'll work through it, and you'll have that opportunity to do that. I'm just giving a directive, setting it in motion, and staff will build that budget, and they'll come back, and then it'll be up to you folks to see what you want to do with that budget. If you like the number, you stay with it. If you don't like the number, move on. But that's got nothing to do with option 2. We don't need to build out a budget because it's a tax grant, so it doesn't impact us at this point in time. So we would move that, and then the rest of this would come through in phase 2 and 4 back in 26, 27 when we know more about it. So I'll go back to council members. I got Councillor Scott and I got Councillor Harper.
Yeah, just to do a little bit of correction there. Strong mayor powers were introduced in the second year of our term, and staff are building a budget, as I said, against a political target without knowing the full needs. That's not something I really care to dispute. It's just the facts of the situation. So staff aren't building a budget in isolation. They're building a budget against an arbitrary political target of what one individual member of council has determined he wants the tax increase to be. Tax increase hopefully will be less than that. All that being said, I appreciate what you said about the tax increment grant and understood the point that it doesn't hit the budget as much as the recommendation for the 300,000 or X 100,000 that you suggested. It still has an impact, and I'm not prepared to make a decision tonight in the context of a budget that, as the mayor just said, council can increase it or council can decrease it. We haven't seen it yet, and staff are telling us what their needs are within a context that puts the cart before the horse. So as much as I'd like to see tools in the toolbox for economic development, I think I need to see it, as I mentioned earlier, in a holistic way so that I can make a decision. And I'll say it again, because I think Councillor Giordano's been right about this. It's got to be big enough to be meaningful, and a little bit of money here and there, I think, stopped being meaningful over the past 3 or 4 years.
our biggest industrial application was for MedReady for that time, and it was $98 million, and they brought in 300 jobs, and we paid $98,000 in. So it was good. I'm chairing the meeting. I'm just talking about opportunities out there, so just letting it go. Councillor Harper.
Thank you, Mayor. In hopes of collaboration and clarity, I'm going to use Councillor Ferragini's tactic here in regards to this question. The tax incentive for industrial CIP or industrial businesses that like to come here, could they not come to us on a one-to-one basis as well? And that may be a question for the CAO to answer. Help me clarify that. So that way, it seems like we want to put it on hiatus, but we don't want to. We want to have the tools in the box. Could that not come to us on a one-to-one and discretionary utilization for ECDEV to negotiate with industries that would like to come to our town, and then they have that to be like, well, we could bring that to council and offer that tax incentive. If you say it doesn't hit the tax bracket, then why do we need a CIP for that? So I'd like to ask that question.
Thanks, Your Worship. In Ontario, municipalities are prohibited from providing financial incentives to any commercial or profitable enterprise in an effort to either support them or entice them to come to municipality, with a few exceptions. One of those exceptions is a community improvement program or plan that sets out the parameters under which the assistance would be provided, is prepared within a public forum, and is available to any applicant to apply and explain how they would meet those criteria. So when Mr. Hack talks about keeping our CIP in a dormant state and activating at some point in the future if the need arises, in my view, those conditions would be, there's some demand from a number of parties that are of interest to council. You would open it up for a period of time, not just to deal with that individual company, because that is kind of circumventing the rules the province set out for us, and then entertain any applications within that time frame to receive the assistance. So it's not a one-to-one thing. It would be creating another period of time that the CIP program would be alive.
Okay, answer your question. Comment? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and CAO, for those comments and recollection of the process. There's a lot of procedures that are easily weighed upon or forgotten, but I remember hearing that now a couple years ago when I asked that question. It's great to recall that, and I'm glad I asked it for clarification. It definitely makes things a little bit more tricky in regards to the guidelines and in regards to the actual restrictions municipalities have in regards to attracting certain types of businesses. So I'm going to have to leave my comments there and maybe weigh in, but it's definitely giving me ponder to think about right now for a decision.
Thank you for the comments. I've got Councillor Giordano.
Yeah, I'll be quick so we can move on to the vote. So yeah, when I was talking earlier about the tools in the toolbox, and I think the mayor kind of alluded to that, CAO's comments about that we can't just open it for one, we have to open it to review. My question is, can we have it on our website saying that the CIP is currently accepting applications for consideration, and in future budgets, like the one that will be coming up, we can decide and allocate, if at that point, at the budget, we see a need to add some funds to that, or vice versa, maybe we have a quarterly opportunity to revisit the CIP. Therefore, signaling to the business community, we are actively looking at this, but we're welcoming your applications in the meantime.
If I can, I think, thank you to your worship. I certainly appreciate the comment. I think in all respects, you have to act in good faith. And so if it's on hiatus or whether it's operational but unfunded, it's the rose by another name. That's what it is. You're not being able to distribute funds. I think we all have to remember that the provision of public funds through a CIP is entirely discretionary. You can set out rules, you can judge applicants based on that, but there's no entitlement here. So you have the ability to moderate, but again, you have to act in good faith. You can't draw people in and then you know, when it's clearly a good opportunity, meets all the rules, you have to act in good faith. So I think it comes back to, you know, if it's on hiatus, it's on hiatus. That's the approach.
So my thoughts on that is that if we open up the IA and we you know, had parameters that talked about jobs of a specific number, square footage, I mean, we do allow ourselves to get calls and get those get those questions. And the issue is that it does come to council, and we have the ability then to make that decision when we want to. And if it means that we have to actually add something into the CIP to fund that project, because it is of great value to our community, we have the right and at time to do that. We can do that at that time to fund that into budget. So, to me, leaving the IA open is critical. I think it's something that we shouldn't be shutting down, because we have the right as a council to make those decisions in the end. So to me, it's important because this is about job creation, and I've seen it work in our industrial program already on reagents and in our community, and it has valued over $200 million in money, and it, you know, one facility created 300 jobs. So there is an opportunity for us to benefit from that. So that's where I'm at with option 2. Councilor Harper.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we don't want to actually, you know, cut off the circulation in regards to some of this. I would be open to option 1 with an amendment that all the other plans to go on hiatus except the IA, but to come back to us in regards to what that looks like on the IA. I don't agree with the rest of option 2, but definitely having that on there and seeing the restrictions that face our municipality. I would not want a business to overlook us because of an oversight like this. And I think if we leave it open there, funded or not, we still say that we do have an IA, CIP, and that could be a beneficial thing for us. Who knows what comes in the door. So I would like to add an amendment, friendly amendment to my colleague's initial option 1, that we add the IA CIP to stay up. No, there's other stuff there.
So I was just, Councilor Harper, if you want to make an amendment, we can, and I was just going to suggest that if you're okay with that option, that you say option 2, that council approves the proceeding of phase 1 implementation industrial community improvement plan, IA, as outlined in the report, and that staff be directed to utilize the existing CIP reserve for phase 1 implementation, and that the rest of the CIPs stay on an hiatus. So it's the same thing, kind of, we're just juggling it around, and we're getting rid of 2 and 4. You're not, you know, you're not liking 2 and 4, so remove that and just put the downtown CIP on hiatus and the seniors housing on hiatus, keep them there, and just do the IA for the IA one. And we have 65,000 that is in that budget already. It's not, we're not asking to add more right now. We're just saying use that money. If something comes along and we can, as council, endorse it, we endorse it. And the program will come back with the identified TIG and things like that for that. Yeah, please.
I'm okay with the way you put that. In regards to this, before we move to the phase 1 of implementation, and I know, sir, you were talking about whatever we give you a go-ahead, you would come back to us with certain elements of what that looks like. Was that what we would come back to us then? We would see what option or phase 1 looks like before we even move forward then?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just confirm exactly that. Yeah, so phase 1, final slide that we had is phase 1 Q3, so September onwards of this year into the end of the year, draft the AICIP programs. So as I said, and this is just for food for thought, again, if you were to maintain the option of having an open industrial area CIP with a tax increment grant there for discretionary use, then that's the program that gets written.
So, Mayor, then I have to basically bow to the first option that was given to my colleague here to see whether he wishes to rescind and then make changes, or wishes to proceed. So, up to you to proceed.
Okay, I'll go back. I've got Councilor Haney first, and then I'll go back to asking about what we want to do with options. Councilor Haney. You're muted, Councillor.
Thank you. So I am not going to support the amendment. I am going to stick with option one. Is either we're going to support all or we're not going to support none. We have to be fair. We cannot pick and choose who we're going to support or who we're going to open the door to. I think we're not canceling the CIP. We're just pausing it for a bit. And nothing is wrong with understanding that. I think we need to make meaningful decision and don't be too political driven with our decision, right? And majority of us already say option one. I really don't see why. I understand that having healthy dialogue is very important, but I don't see why we should be going around and around and around until we please, people and come up with an answer, confusing the whole body of everyone. Right, majority of persons said option one, let us pause it for a bit. And I think it's very manipulative for us to be continuing this way and leading into these decisions, which, persons now maybe double thinking. It's only fair. If we're not going to be fair to everyone, I don't think we should pick and choose who we're going to open it to. Option one was on the table, and I believe I will definitely continue supporting option one until we go to budget. And if there's any extras or, seeing ways that we can open up the program to more, right, that was on the table, then we do so. But nothing is wrong with saying pause for a bit and respect that and move on to the next agenda.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Okay, I do have option one on the floor, so wondered if I've got my mover was Councillor Dykey and Councillor Verkijk?
Yeah, I would like to call for a vote.
You're going to call for a vote? Okay.
And look at the amendments.
Okay.
Take it to a vote.
So the mover doesn't want to move it anymore? Okay. So I'm going to put another, who would like to move option two as stated? We remove the staff report back, get rid of options 2 and 4.
You can't rescind that.
He can, Madam Clerk, can he pull his,
Debating that motion.
give her a moment to look that up, but
Defeated first.
we could go to a defeat vote, yeah, we could, we'll just see if he can. Deputy Mayor?
Your Worship, while we're waiting for the clerk, if the mover has rescinded, I'm prepared to move that. And if I still have the seconder, unless clerk tells us otherwise, I still agree with option one.
Okay, we'll just wait and see.
I can move option one if you don't have a mover.
We have a few of them, apparently.
Good, thank you.
Okay, with respect to the motion being withdrawn, so a motion that's been duly seconded may be drawn subject to the consent of council. If no member objects to the withdrawal of the motion shall be considered withdrawn. If a member objects to the withdrawal of a motion, a withdrawal motion shall be entertained, and if such motion receives a seconder, it shall be decided prior to consideration of any other motion. And if a motion is withdrawn, the effect is the same as if it had never been made. So we would need the consent of council.
It's okay, so we need, so I'm sure council will want to hear the motion, because I've had a few say they want to second it again or move it. So we have a motion on the floor, option one, moved by Councillor Dykey, seconded by Councillor Verkijk. We'll vote on option one to see, that's what we'll vote on, and if that passes, if not, we move on and we bring up another option. So, okay, so all in favor of option one? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Mayor, 1
5,
second,
6.
just a second, please, because I want to make sure that I know what I'm voting on. Because there has been a lot of changes in between. Are we voting on option one as original without any amendment, without any motion? So I want to make sure that I am voting on what was presented initially without all these chaos and stuff before it started. So can you please read what we are voting on, please, and thank you.
Option one, that the community improvement plan programs remain on hiatus and no further action be taken at this time.
Okay, perfect. I am voting for that.
vote.
We're ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. We're ready.
Okay, for a recorded vote for option 1 for the CIP program, state yes in support and no in opposition. We'll start with Councillor Harper.
To clarify, is to put it on hiatus, and I say no.
Sorry, you're looking to clarify the motion?
Yeah, you said it was to keep this CIP, but you didn't mention that it was to put it on hiatus.
Let me put the motion on the screen so everybody has it in front of them. Okay, so for a recorded vote for the motion that's in front of council, do you want me to read the motion?
Yeah, please read it out for everybody.
Okay, that report EDO 2025-3, titled 2026 Community Improvement Plan, CIP Program, options be received, and that council endorses the Community Improvement Plan Comprehensive Update Report prepared by Sierra Planning and Management, and that council approve proceeding with the IACIP, the Community Improvement Plan programs remain on hiatus, and no further action be taken at this time.
Yeah, sorry, it's option 1. It's just option 1. The community improvement program, improvement plan program remains on hiatus and no further action be taken at this time. So we didn't actually put the IACIP in there.
Okay.
So it's just straightforward option 1. They all stay on hiatus.
Okay, but community approves proceeding with.
Councilor Hayes, she's just going to put on screen again. She's going to rewrite it. It's the original motion. It's the original motion, option 1. It's on hiatus, all of it. So go ahead, ask. There we are. That's good.
My
Okay.
apologies, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you. Okay, everybody reads it? We read again, or
Okay.
we're okay? Okay, so go
So
ahead.
now we'll call the recorded vote, starting with Councillor Harper. State yes in support and no in opposition, please.
No. Thank you.
Councillor Dehaney,
Yes, I support option 1, that the Community Improvement Plan program remain on hiatus and no further action be taken at this time.
Councillor Dykey, Councillor Faragini,
Yes.
Councillor Giordano,
Yes.
Councillor Scott, Councillor Verkuyk, Deputy Mayor Sandu,
Yes.
Mayor Leduc. Okay, the motion
Nope.
is the motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. We are on to 9.2 now then. And it's update on Bradford Gwillimbury on-demand transit. Our presentation from our Deputy CEO, Mahesh Ramdeo. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Leduc. Just give a few minutes, a few seconds. So, again, Thank you, Mayor Leduc, Deputy Mayor Sandu, members of council, good evening. Mr. CEO, good evening. First time ever somebody's... thank you all for having me here this evening. And I wish to start by thanking council for their support on this, the on-demand pilot that we've got so far. And also to thank staff, especially Paul Dubignac, Joe Coleman, Tony DeRoche, Vanessa Morum, Karen McKenna, senior management, and definitely my communication team, who's been helping in terms of the communication with the public and with this presentation. So thanks to all of them. In many ways, what I'm going to present tonight is a story of success and challenges that really come with success. And that's what this story is about this evening. So, Tara, could you? Okay. I'd like to start with where we began with, what we began with, and where we are today, and some of the recommendations out of our 2031 Transit Master Plan. Prior to the on-demand pilot, we had a fixed bus system, a fixed transit system with 3 routes. We saw in 2024, we saw about 60,000 annual rides. And on April 2nd, the day before we started the on-demand transit, we had 174 rides on the system. The 2031 Transit Master Plan had highlighted a gap in the system of not full coverage of the urban areas of Bradford, not full coverage of Bradford, and made some recommendations going out to 2031. Those recommendations required 17 buses. The Transit Master Plan did not cost out the capital. I worked it out to 1.6 million annual cost. It estimated an operating cost of about 4.5 million for a total cost of 6.1. That for us poses a constraint. Bradford as a town would be challenged to fund that. Residents had indicated that they prefer full coverage to the areas of low coverage within the community, an increase in the number of routes, increased frequency, and definitely connections to the higher level transit of GO and the links. So the challenge for us is how could we deliver on that given the constraints that we had. So what would be the benefits of delivering on that, a better master public transit system? The 2031 Transit Master Plan had suggested that if we got to 420,000 rides in 2031, we could see upwards of 16.5 million in economic benefit. That is in straight up economic benefit and savings to the individuals that could be spent within the community. The Canadian Public Health Association in 2019 had said that people who live in communities with good transit drive half as much and could save up to $10,000 per year per household. David Suzuki Foundation said it improves quality of life. I'd like you to put the 10,000 into context and to imagine a future where we could create, where residents would not need multiple cars, would be able to save that kind of money. Reduce cost of living within Bradford, hopefully becomes one of the attracting tools to Bradford. More people coming here, more labor coming here, increases in the labor force, could have a follow-on effect of employers moving here because there is the labor force. The cost of doing business here is lower. That means more economic development, more jobs, more benefits. That's the future that I think we could get to. Next one, please. So in November 2024, Council endorsed a shift from the fixed transit system to an on-demand pilot. Just to go back a little bit what an on-demand service really is, it's a service where riders could call a ride via an app or a phone call, and there will be service in real time, rather than following a fixed route system that's on a schedule. It could allow for a more personalized service, flexible pickup near there where they pick up and drop off near where they're going, making it more convenient. And in an area like Bradford, where you've got lower ridership and somewhat inefficient fixed transit, it could improve your efficiencies. It has the potential of serving all of Bradford at a lower cost, increasing frequencies and connecting to the higher level transit. When we put the system together, our thought process was, we're starting at 60,000 rides per year. We could most definitely achieve what Innisfil has with a shared ride service. That is 95,000 rides per year. A number to keep in mind is that 95,000 rides equates to about 300 rides per day. We started at 174 on April 2nd. I can tell you on April 28th, which is when I put this presentation together, we did 427 rides that day. So we are definitely in 4 months ahead of what we had planned for. That's the success and the challenge that comes with that success. Next one, please. Don't take it from me. Listen to some of the riders.
My name is Greg Can. I've lived in Bradford for 14 years.
Name's Bonnie Walker. I was born and raised here.
What was it like before Argo?
Quite expensive to go to hospital for treatment. $65 to $85 one way.
She had to wait for a while for taxis.
So there were nights where I might walk about 45 plus minutes home.
If you happen to like to wait in the winter time, you like to wait for half an hour because you just missed the bus, enjoy.
Before Argo, a lot of my staff would use a ride-sharing type service. They now have the opportunity to get that door-to-door service.
Usually when I go to concerts, we order the Argo and we go to the station and then we take the train, and it's wonderful. I use it like 5 times the same day.
With Argo, I save a lot of money.
It's a phenomenal service. I get my card on the bus and I can travel all day long delivering honey, and it costs me $7 because it's an hour and a half per dollar. The app is absolutely fantastic. They're extremely good drivers.
I like the door-to-door service, especially come like the winter time. You can stay in your house, you can look out your window. Instead of crossing a busy intersection with my 2 kids who both have autism, so have the Argo service. It's just a safer way of transportation.
The bus has been a godsend for me. That's really opened up the doors for me and others here.
It makes me happy. They can go places that they wouldn't be able to go. Argo have made a significant difference in the communities.
Because of Argo, it's been a different way of life.
Go to the next slide, please. In the 2031 Transit Master Plan, one of the themes, the common themes that kept coming up, was to increase service to the urban core, to the Bradford area. What you're looking at here is a comparison. On the left are the stops on the fixed transit system. On the right represents 1 month worth of data, really late June into July, of all the stops, all the pickups, all the drop-offs within the community. That is a full coverage. We then took that one step further. What we did was to take the trips on the right and imagine what would happen if those were with fixed transit. And we computed what the wait time would be, what the ride time would be, what the walking time would be. And what you see the numbers below are the comparison of the median rides. On fixed transit, the median trip time, total trip time would be 69 minutes. The median trip time on on-demand transit was close to 26 minutes. So there is a benefit, but there are challenges with it. Could you go to the next one? Something is supposed to come up here. One more, please. Yeah, there we go. There we go. This one I'm going to blame on IT, slow systems. Challenges. In July, we did just over 9,100 trips. So when I put this presentation together, we had 57 complaints. Of that 57 complaints, half of it was for wait times. And I'll speak to that in a second. 30% of it were about the app, and primarily about not being sure where the pickup location would be and where the drop-off location, how to get there. Some were on driver. We did some investigation there. A fair number of those were actually customer interaction complaints. Could you go forward, please? So how were we addressing the wait times? One of the things that we heard from the residents around wait time was not so much that they had to wait a long time. And to be transparent to everyone, in our peak periods, which is generally in the afternoons, wait times, what we call the P95 wait time, which is 5% of the wait time, could approach an hour. That is a direct indication of demand outstripping supply. So you have to wait until the bus becomes available. Around that as well, some of the concern, some of the anxiety was needing to get somewhere by a specific time and not being sure if you're going to get there by that time. So as a team, we've looked at how can we resolve this. And one of the improvements that will be coming out within the next month in September would be around predictability of your ride. If you plan ahead, you can get to your location at the time you want. So how are we going to do that? We'll allow, so the update that's coming is to pre-schedule your ride, book it in advance, and you can book days in advance, and you can book repeated rides every day. And the system will track those for you. 1 hour in advance of that ride, you will get a reminder. Your ride is coming in an hour. Please reconfirm. If you've reconfirmed that, we will guarantee that you will arrive on that time. So that will give the predictability that riders are looking for. Yes, there's a catch that could end up everybody pre-scheduling. We don't believe we will get there. But what we're allowing is that with planning ahead, you can have full control of what is it you want to do. And that's where we're going with this one. So that's in September. Could you go to the next one, please? The other complaints that we did receive on the app was not knowing how to get to the location of pickup. Right now, the app does show you a way to get there. It could be improved. So within the next 2 weeks, you will get that walking direction on the app to get there. So that's coming. In September, another rollout will be, if you're going to the GO station, the app will show you the trip time, the scheduled trip times for the transit there. So you'll be able to plan your trip. With planning ahead, you'll be able to plan your trips out. That's where we're going with this. And these are coming in September. So again, if you're willing to plan at least an hour ahead, you can have control of your experience. And that's what this is about. Go ahead, please. So what are we projecting? This projection here is a measured approach of where we think we can go towards building to the 420,000 annual rides that the 2031 master plan had recommended, and that was 2031. Why is it a measured approach like this? 2 reasons. Staff, internally, we've discussed that it is better to grow into the demand, manage our resources to get there, drive efficiencies to get there, versus expanding the system right now and growing those inefficiencies. So this is a measured growth to get there. Also, to grow to this level would require a fair bit of infrastructure that we don't today have. We will have to build that if we get there. So this takes a measured approach to get there. What I'm looking for going forward is a procurement process that allows us to do this and allows us to do this in the most cost-effective way. The challenge with getting to what I just showed you is funding it. How do we fund it? Honestly, Bradford, as a community, unless we do some massive internal revenue generation, would be a challenge. We need a partner on this. We've reached out to the province. We've had initial conversations with the province. We've shared with them a draft application, and we've had discussions of that draft applications, and they've given us feedback. That process or that funding window is for a 5-year fund that allows us to set the system and grow our own internal revenues through various means so that at the end of 5 years, it is sustainable. So they will fund the gap up to that point. Our thinking to fund sustainability will be a number of things and will be subject to council's endorsement. The ideas that we're looking at right now are targeted fare increases. And I say targeted because it would be to the demographic that can afford it. We are looking at revenue growth through sponsorship, through advertising. We are looking at revenue growth through assessment growth that this will drive, a number of different ways to get to that sustainable measures. But that's where we need to get to. We're also looking at other funding sources, such as the Green Fund, and anything that comes up, we are targeting. But the idea is to target consistent, repeatable funding sources to augment. We already have one that will last for 10 years. This is for capital. We'll be looking for more like those. The last one that will happen to us is that if we can drive our ridership from 60,000 to 350, 400,000, it will result in an increase in the Canada Community Benefits Fund, the gas tax, and that will be a funding source for us going up as well. We see that we can get to sustainability in 5 to 6 years. We see a path to that. Next one, please. So this is what we're looking to do over the next a few months. Start a procurement process for a 5-year contract. And why a 5-year contract? Anybody who's coming in, and I can't predicate what I'm doing that's saying the pilot will continue. No, it's not that. This is going to a competitive procurement process that there is a potential that it could be somebody new. Whoever is coming will need to invest a significant amount in terms of startup costs. They need to recover that. If the procurement period, if the contract period is short, they will look to recover that in that short period, higher annual cost to us. So this is looking at a reasonable way for them to spread that so we get the biggest benefit from that. It will be based on options. One is we get the full funding from the province, and therefore it could be funded and going forward. But a second option would be we don't get that funding, and we need to work within our own funding source. If that happens, we would have to look back at the ridership numbers and how we get to that, and what we could internally afford. The RFP, we're looking to release it later in August, close it in October, evaluate, and have something by the end of October, early November, and we would have to come to council for that award. That's not something that's going to be at a staff level. So it'll be here back at council for the discussion in terms of funding, where we're going, and how we're paying for it all. That period would allow 6 months, that assuming that it could potentially be someone new, allowing that mobilization period for them to get their act and get their resources here. And that's what it is. And that brings me to the end.
All right, thank you very much for that report. I have a few people that went right away, so I will go right. The first one that hit me was Councillor Kike and then Councillor Giordano next.
So the comments that I've received from so many residents is that this system is a game changer for them. And it's also, from what I'm seeing on the map, the fixed routes only serve maybe half the population in town. Because the fixed routes were over here. But if you lived over here, you'd have to walk 20 minutes or 15 minutes to get to the bus. That didn't make any sense at all. And then if the fixed route didn't take you to where you needed to go, you'd have to walk it. So that made no sense. It was just as well, you might as well just walk the half an hour to get to where you needed to go. So the public transit system only served a small percentage of the town. And you had 3 buses going around. They were always empty. Maybe they had 2 or 3 people in there. So we were basically just wasting money. So I would like to move to support this recommendation, but I do have a couple questions. How do we overcome the budget? Like, if we want to award the contract in November 2025, but we haven't completed the budget process, wouldn't it make more sense to award the contract after we've completed our budget?
Through Mayor Leduc to you, Councillor Verkijk. Fair point. The hope is at that point in time, we would have received word on the provincial funding, so we'll know the funding sources that we've got, that we can come to you and say, okay, here are the funding sources, here how we can fund this without impacting the tax base. That's the hope.
And if we don't, then?
Plan B.
What's Plan B?
Coming back to you, to council, to evaluate an option that stays within what is it we can afford to fund.
Okay, I've got Councillor Giordano and then Councillor Scott.
Cool, thanks for the presentation. I know we've been talking a lot back and forth over email as this thing rolled out. So I just want to start off by saying I really want this kind of on-demand system to work. I think my wife doesn't drive. I have children that don't drive yet. It is a game changer when it works. And I definitely endorse the pilot. There's a few things I just want to talk about, so I don't know if you want to write these down, and then maybe it's easier if I just go through them all and then you can answer back. But the one thing was the presentation, like we didn't have access to that video ahead of time. It didn't work in our system here to view it, but I did find that it was very hand-picked, advantageous promotional video. It wasn't really, it was just only showcasing lovers of the system. I would have liked something maybe a little more transparent and showing not just the people that are loving it, but also maybe some of the challenges that they're working through. Like there was one gentleman who's actually running a business being subsidized $1 a ride to deliver products. I don't think that was the intent of this. This is a public transportation system, not to subsidize somebody's business. Anyways, a few things that I want to talk about. Like I know we're talking about successes, but realistically, I don't think we're able to raise the flag of success yet. Although it works fantastically, there's a few concerns that we've had. And just remember that the public didn't have access to this. Only a select few people had access to this. And we slowly started rolling it out. Heck, I had to constantly mail the deputy CAO to try to get users on it. Like that's not, in my opinion, a pilot. I think we're way too premature to say that it's a successful pilot at this point. So at the end of the day, we still haven't rolled out the app. There are people are having to walk to a station, needing a cell phone in order to call to say, hey, I need a bus pickup. Oh, okay, it'll be there in 20 minutes. Okay, great. Now when you have the app, the bus says, oh, I'm being delayed. So it'll come in another 35, 40 minutes. But the people who are at the bus, they don't know that. So now they're sitting there waiting. Then they got to call back. Oh, sorry, it's delayed another 20 minutes. So they've already been outside for 40 minutes waiting for the bus to come. So these are the gaps that we need to get solved. Because right now, those types of situations, people are like, I might as well just walk at this point, right? Now, when it does come relatively quickly or on time, it's fantastic. It's door-to-door service in a lot of cases, and I agree. When you look at the coverage, it's far better than what we've had in the past. So I do want to say some of that, but I think we need to roll out this pilot longer and collect more actual data. Again, the wait times, it's caused people to miss meetings. There's lots of people that I've spoken to me saying, like, I love it, but then the odd time, I can't get there on time, or it delays me, and I'm stuck, you know, I'm missing an appointment or being charged for an appointment that I couldn't get to in time. The on-demand pre-booking, that's a game changer. I think that's huge. I love that. And I think that's the future to probably make this more successful than what it is right now. But my concern is that you made a guarantee. You said that there's a guarantee to get you on time. I want to know more about this guarantee, because I'll tell you right now, if you have a snowstorm, if there's an accident, if there's just heavy demand, what guarantee are we giving people? That's something that needs to be addressed, that you didn't do it in your presentation. I want to see the app actually rolled out to everybody, to the public, because right now it's only been selected given. So the last thing is that we haven't even ran these buses in the wintertime. We don't even know if these buses can go through 4 inches of snow. We don't know any of this data. It's got little wheels, it's low to the ground, it's battery powered. We don't know how these things will perform. I'd like to at least go through the wintertime and see the performance before we go ahead and say, let's do a 5-year contract and roll it out. These are all important pieces of data that's missing from your so-called successful pilot. We're not there yet. We said a 1-year pilot. I want to count 1 year when it rolls out to the public, not from the day we started and we slowly drip to people. It has to be 1 year as an actual transit system in order for me to have the data to say that this is fully supported. And then the last thing I want to say, whether it's our old transit system, new transit system, this transit system, we need to connect to Henderson Park. I think at some point we need to figure out how to do that as soon as possible. That place is an absolute gem, and it's not being connected, and we can't get there safely. Nobody can ride their bikes or walk there. And like, there's so many families that would utilize that place so much more during the day. So that's a priority for me for this transit system. Thank you.
You want to respond to any questions?
Sure. I wrote them down, so I'll go through all of them. One of them I might need some help. The video. You mentioned the challenges. That is exactly why I had the subsequent slide on the challenges. This is about transparency. Whilst 9,100 plus rides happened from July 1st to July 28th when I put this together, we had 57 complaints. And that's why I wanted to put that out there. What those complaints were, the general categories, because it's about transparency. Bus delays. First of all, the app. Everybody has access to the app.
Just let him finish.
Everybody has access to the app. And when it comes, as I said in the presentation, when it comes to wait time, that is happening when the demand for the service exceeds the capacity of the service. And that's a resource issue. And that's something we're hoping that with the provincial help, we'll be able to resolve. It's not something, to be honest, it's not something that we've got as a town. We've got the resources to put to that. So we do need some help. Why is it a benefit that we've been telling the province? It drives economic growth. Not only does it drive quality of life, it drives economic growth. When something drives economic growth, the province benefits, the feds benefit, more so than we do. So we need them to come to the table as well. And that's been the conversation. They've been good in that they've come to the table, they've looked at what is it we've proposed, they've given us feedback, and they've asked for a resubmittal. So at least they're talking to us, as opposed to reviewing and that's the end of it. So I'm hopeful. I'm on that particular part. You mentioned missing meetings. You also mentioned the app in terms of being able to plan ahead. Yes, that will be a game changer. It'll be rolled out next month, so we'll see where that goes and how that goes. Why coming now for an update and saying we need to go forward? I can't make a decision assuming that it will be the same provider going forward. I have to consider that there is a potential that someone else, some other firm, could be successful. And if they were successful, they would need time to remobilize, time to set up their infrastructure to start on April 1st. They need time in ahead of that. If I were to wait to the end of the pilot, which is March 31st, then they would not have that time to mobilize. That would be a challenge for us. So that is why I'm here now. Henderson Park, yeah, it would be nice to have, right? Resourcing. So with the province help, maybe we can do that.
Yeah, good answer. So, sorry, I was misspoken. There was the app that just recently was made available to everyone. What date was that?
Little, yeah, early July.
Right, so about a month. Yeah. So that's how I look at a pilot. We've really only had the public available for a month to really use this. We've had a select bunch of people slowly getting dripped onto it. Me personally, is there an opportunity for us to extend the pilot till maybe July of next year? Therefore, giving you a whole year's worth of users' data in order to understand it, to shape and look at it? Why are we rushing right away for an April 1st arbitrary deadline? I think we can extend the pilot, or at least go through the full winter and utilize that. I'm not comfortable any transit system that's a pilot from a brand new concept that doesn't really exist in Ontario that I'm aware of. I think there's one or two people trying it out as well. But the point is that we got to be careful before we go all in on anything. And I'd like to see more data personally. I'd like to see more user experience information, and frankly, you know, get the bugs and figure it out, not just from this company, but from in general, because there might be other things throughout the winter that we may understand. Because these buses, although they're electric, they're also equipped with a diesel engine, correct? That also helps maybe the heating systems or something like that in the wintertime. Or I'm not sure how that works, but I want to see how that performs as well. I want to understand what it's like, you know, with the icy or snowy weather. How much longer does it take for on-demand service to work? I think this is important data. I don't want to rush this.
Okay, thank you. Are you responding to anything, or?
I could respond to the last part if you wishes. Again, through you, Mayor Leduc. We do have some Argo folks here who can speak to you in terms of the performance of the buses during winter. We did start on April 3rd. That first half of April, it was operating in weather down to -7, -5, those, right. So it was operating. In terms of, these buses have been used in Halifax, have been used in Oakville, at least for the last winter, probably 2 winters. If you're looking for data in how it's performed there, we can get that to you, right. I can, if you wish it now, Argo's here, or we can give you that data later.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Scott next, and then Councillor Harper.
Thank you to the Deputy CEO, all the staff, and the team from Argo. This has been an innovative project, and the rollout started off, frankly, better than I expected, with the initial transit riders, then phasing into the app opening this summer. Ridership more than doubling over the first few months is huge. We've expanded coverage, as Councillor Verkuyk said, additional hours. We're reaching more residents more often. And we were one of the first anywhere to launch a fully electric app-based on-demand transit system, and I think that's something we should be proud of. The success has brought inevitable pressure. Demand is outpacing supply, especially during peak hours, as was referenced. And it's the wait time variability that I think has become a real concern, and we've started to hear it may have been 57 complaints, but I think we heard all 57 of them. So I'm glad to see staff looking into the pre-booking options for people with set schedules. I think that'll help commuters getting ahead of the back-to-school season, where I think we're going to see demand spike during peak hours, is also going to be huge. So I support that direction. I think that's another innovative tweak to try and improve the app, and Uber to an extent has that feature. I like where we're going there. It's going to go a long way to improving reliability and confidence in the system if you know that you can book to get to work or get to school. I do think we still have opportunities to really integrate with the county's Lynx bus system. That's what serves Bond Head to some extent right now, and other parts of the Highway 400 jobs corridor, and trying to find a way to almost do a handoff between someone coming from Bond Head into Bradford. I'd like to see that, and the same with the GO bus, because that serves our rural Yonge Street corridor, and integrating between the intra-regional, the regional, and the local transit is something that I don't really think many municipalities do well. The TTC maybe in Etobicoke, but less so in Scarborough. So trying to fix that would be huge. Just a few questions. You mentioned advertising. We had an ad program on the fixed route bus, so what happened to that? How quickly can we bring it back? It is a full year pilot. I too want to see how it works in wintertime. And a 5-year contract launching for the RFP. Why 5 years? Why not 10 or some other number? And then we're essentially talking about a public-private partnership here. And I know our previous bus system, we contracted with a bus company, but are we sure that federal or provincial grants apply here when we're basically contracting the service? So those are my questions. I mean, I see the 2 or 3 opportunities the deputy CAOs outlined as good attempts that will help write the next chapter in the transformation. We're iterating the app as we go, and I like to see that. But we need to scale it up, improve predictability, and connect more seamlessly to the regional network. I'd say those are the 3 opportunities to really improve, and then those 2 or 3 questions I asked as well, please.
Through you, Mayor Leduc, to Councillor Scott. Start with your second question. Would the province and federal funding apply? The province has said yes. Right. Last Wednesday we met, and this was one of the questions. Why 5-year? I'm not going to say the firm conversation was around 5-year. The decision on 5-year seemed long enough that allows whoever that proponent is to be able to reasonably recover their investment and not really tie the municipality. Can we look at 5+ an option? Yes, that would be a good way to look at it. And we'll take that back from you. Connect to other higher levels of transit. 2 things are happening in that front. One is we showed on the app the ability to see what's coming. To be able to pre-plan something from here, let's say to Alliston, connecting to the links and going forward where you seamlessly walk. I think the most we'll be able to do is show when the bus is coming so you're able to connect, you're there in time for it. But it wouldn't be like an aircraft where your stuff wouldn't be like that. But you'll need to be able to do that. The second thing that staff and I are looking at is in terms of links, how more can we leverage links within the community? It is something that we pay for already. So we want to be able to leverage that resource that's available to us, not to replace, but to augment what is it we have right now. And specifically, we're looking at things like increasing frequency. They've already made that decision, and we're looking at their accessible service as well. So those are ways that we can connect and leverage.
Thank you. Just quick follow-ups. I do think Links and Go are key. Links runs right down the center spine of town. It could, I think, relieve some pressure at some times. Go Train runs, Yonge Street, Berry Street, along Holland Street as well. It actually duplicates more than it should with Links. Perhaps we could iron that out. We're going to run an open, fair RFP process. The manager of procurement's nodding at me. We're going to follow every procurement rules. That being said, I just want to say to the Argo folks, we've been your guinea pig for the past number of months. You're a tech company. I like to think of us as something as a founder. It would not be good if you didn't win our business back for your own expansion. So I just hope you keep that in mind when you're tailoring your response to the RFP, that a founder's deal would go over very nicely.
And just a comment on the integrating better with links. The county is going through a transit plan right now, and there's a survey out there, so we should all buy into that survey. Okay, so right now I have Councillor Harbour next, and then Councillor Dykey, and then I'm going to go Deputy Mayor and Councillor Ardini. And then Councillor Sheridan Tahaney, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy CAO, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm speaking today not really to dispute progress, but I'd like to question preparedness on 4 points. And let's talk about some highlights that a lot of people have talked about here. The on-demand transit pilot has made some clear strides. It's great. Coverage has expanded. It clearly illustrated that. Ridership has more than doubled. Public feedback is cautiously optimistic. I'll be positive on that. We've gone from 174 daily trips to over 400. That's commendable. But on $1 a ride. We put the transit system to $1 because we had low ridership before. But we have the ridership now. Do we increase that? What does that look like? A pilot is used for certain aspects like that, and to control, and to also offset costs back to the public. Progress without accountability is risk. And before I'm prepared to endorse a long-term service provider, you have not provided proof. You provided hearsay when you mentioned Argo has winterized readiness, but failed to provide that to us here today. If you had that, why didn't you provide it to us? I don't like that. We live in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, not Southern California, not Vancouver, this David Suzuki plug with 2.8 million people. This is Bradford, West Gwillimbury. We've approved a system that's entirely vehicle-based, door-to-door, weather-sensitive, yet across all 3 reports that you presented and the presentation, you have 0 evidence of operational reliability in winter conditions. Why? Why leave that out? Why rush for the November? I understand the concepts you pushed and why for April, but what happens during snow squalls here in Bradford that shuts down for days? We had a really bad one. It was like 3 days. People couldn't move. I had whole subdivisions complaining because we couldn't even get plows down there. What is that going to do for transit? Are the vehicles winterized and equipped? You said they are, but again, there's no proof. Will there be service delays, worse shutdowns? We're already seeing some delays here. And you're talking about new features to roll out, which is great. I use tech companies all the time, and they say, yeah, Q4, we're going to roll out new features, but they're untested still, and they will provide more necessary needs that like will have other fixes for their fixes. It's like updates, but we don't have those data. We don't have that data of what it looks like. It's great that you're creating those fixes right now for those technological delays and those new features that you want to roll out. But during that pilot, we need this data to give us a more informed decision. Do I think that we are going to be moving towards this in the long term? Yes. But I think we need to do it more cautiously and right from the beginning. That's a red flag. You want to have a 5-year deal, and then you're talking about provincial funding. If we don't get it, you just said it's on the taxpayers. Well, I gave it a solution in regards to cost per ride. That could help offset that. But we're banking on this provincial thing, and then we have to go to Plan B. Again, that we don't know what Plan B is. We just know that there's Plan B. So when I say preparedness, I need that information. You know, do we raise taxes to fund it? Do we scale back service? There's a lot of options there. Third point was peak hour wait times and accountability. We've talked a lot about that. My colleagues have talked about it right now. Again, you've got new features coming out to try to, circumvent that. But we don't even have full ridership that's only just been opened up for less than a month. And then we want to go to full RFP. So I'm not saying I don't support the modern responsive transit. I think we do. I think, when this initially came, I wasn't against the system. I was against the business plan. And I think that's still where we're at, because it's going to come down to that RFP. That'll be a business plan. We have been guinea pigs for the founder, but let's do this right. We need to demand new features that are untested and have the measures, the data to provide us that they're working. They're solving those solutions. So far, they've been able to curb a lot of barriers that have been thrown at them with maneuvering their tech and updating their code, which is great. That transparency is something I know about, just but the updates that we've been communicated back and forth and talking with yourself. That's great transparency to know that the tech company can implement those at a pretty rapid rate, and that's great. But all these other new features need to be tested as well. And they might even create other new features that we don't even see coming yet. And I think that's probably going to be the lifespan of this type of app service or this type of transit service that will create those, because things change all the time. Even whether if we update the coverage area, the zoning, or the scheduling, or even more buses. So what I'd like to see is that we have that tech, transparency data, proof of winter readiness, financial contingency, whether the province rolls out on it. If we wait and we delay the RFP, we'll have a word from the province. We'll have our winter readiness in regards to proof how it relies on our, and we'll know about the accountability of wait times and how we've actually circumvented those barriers and problems here in this town. And then we'll be able to actually give a more profound choice of this on-demand service. I don't think it's not going to go anywhere. I think it's something that's going to be here to stay, but let's do it right. Can't support it right now, but I'm very optimistic that we can get there in the long term.
Okay, thank you. I'm on to Councillor Dykey.
Well, I must say it's, you know, I watch the bus go many times past my door every day, and I'm very impressed that how we have increased the ridership. $1 a ride is very affordable. I really, I'm impressed with the accessibility of people with that have walkers and strollers and wheelchairs. Now they can afford to get around this town, which means a lot. And I know there's a lot of bugs, and there has been a lot of bugs, and there's still a few bugs out there. And I still have people on a daily basis come in. They're scared. They're still scared of the app. They're scared of the information going through the app. There's many things that you want to discuss this, you know, between. I'll send it forward to you. But I have a few people, seniors, that they tell me they don't have a phone, and they find it very still awkward yet. So that's only maybe 1% that don't have the phones. But there's little things that we need to continue to work out. I'd like to see this pilot project go a little longer, and especially wintertime, to see the snow, the coldness, how these batteries are going to operate. But you know, I know when it comes to IT, I have confidence in the partners that can make this software work, and they have the experience by me talking to them the day they give us a ride. They come from a background that they know how to do these programs that could help us in municipality. Long term, the finance business plan is going to be quite challenging. I hope that we get funding from the provincial government and means to help fund this, because at the end of the day, I don't know if with the plan I see, I don't know if we can afford the taxpayers to afford the high demand of this program. It's very successful for users, but what's the overall cost, dollars for dollars? So I'd like to see more of the business plan, and I hope that the province comes through. But you know, Mahesh, yourself, your team, everyone behind you worked very hard to deliver this, and I commend everybody for bringing something new to Bradford. But I feel that we need to spend more time with this before we jump into it. But it's rolling out. I think we're maybe 70% there, but we got to keep on going. So.
Okay, thank you for that. Next up, I have Councillor or Deputy Mayor Sandhu.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Ramdale, thank you. Praveen, thank you to your team and our staff. You know, it's encouraging to see that the ridership more than doubled in such short time. As you said, 9,100 trips, less than 1% complaints, but still 57 complaints is too many. I'm one of those people that always look at the glass half full rather than empty. I would be concerned if the complaints weren't handled or there was no plan to address those complaints. And it looks like you're addressing them. So that's good. I also like the plan that we're planning now, so we're in place come next year, that we're ready to go. Doesn't mean that the current partner will be there. It could be someone else, like you said. At least we're ready. But I also understand the questions from my colleagues about winter, and those answers need to be given to us and the public. There's lots of people that really like this. I know a comment was made about subsidizing someone's vehicle, business. As long as they're taking the ride and paying what we have set up in the system, they're just using the service that we provide. So I don't have a problem with that. That's why we have this. I met many PSWs that were paying lots of monies to go from their home to Loft or to Bradford Valley or somewhere else that are saving money, and they're not making too much money. Trust me. I have many family members that are in that field. So this is a good thing. The questions I have is, in your report, you mentioned 6 items or 6 points that would be used for RFP. I think point 3 addresses my question, but I want to hear it in detail. If they can't make the time guarantees, what is the penalty, or what is the our safeguard that we have in place that we would be compensated for that or corrected? If you can talk to that. Also, your projections chart show us going from 3.3 passengers per capita to 6, is it 6.4 or 5 by 2031? That's ridership increases. What does that equate into gas tax funding that we would get an increase annually? Because we used to only get based on what we had. We doubled in short time. That means the funding that we're going to get, apart from what you're working on the expansion, it's going to go increase. Do we have that idea or any number? Thank you.
I'll start with the community benefits, the gas tax. My projection, and this is my projection based upon how I believe the calculation happens, I'm not privy to the actual formula, is that we should see a 50% increase in that revenue. That was done based upon what other communities our size who have ridership that's close to what we're projecting or slightly above, and try to come up with a formula. So about a 50% increase. Your second question in terms of what happens if the proponent does not meet those guarantees. I don't believe we can put a penalty per se in the, and Vanessa, if I misspeak, please, in the RFP. What we could do is your payments, we could set up a system where the payments to the proponent is actually lower. So if you can't meet the service level that you committed to, you get paid at a different rate for a lower service level. We can put that into the RFP and we can set that up. That is something that we have not settled on the formula for that, but it's definitely the way that we believe that we need to go to. Anything else?
Okay. So penalties in a commercial contract are actually not enforceable at law, so we can't call it a penalty. We do have to come up with something that's reasonable, that the town would pay out if those service levels aren't met. So we have to develop that in the back end before we even go to market.
Okay. Okay, great questions. On to Councillor Ferragini next.
Thank you. I'm just going to go through the comments that I made while I was writing the report. I added a few while you were having the presentation because I might regurgitate some of the stuff that's said, but I didn't do too much. So basically, this report wants us to endorse the staff plan to procure a long-term service provider for its on-demand transit services. But from what I've seen, it's been mentioned at the table. Some say it's been amazing. I know it has been amazing for some people, but there are still so many bugs and questions at this point. And the project's still evolving. Like tonight alone, you said in 2 weeks, you're going to have a better route showing up on the app. And in September, you're going to have to the GO station, there's going to be a rollout. The pre-booking stuff. Like, I mean, this stuff should be all part of the pilot. We should be rolling with this already. The issues that we're having with people getting online to the app, it's been the last month. They're finally able to get it, everybody. So there's been multiple complaints on social media slagging on the system, which I don't think is fair because it wasn't at a full capacity yet and it wasn't be able to use by everybody. But at the same time, these are complaints that have happened and the town hasn't had the full service yet for people. So I don't, to Joe's point, or sorry, Councilor Giordano's point, I don't consider it a full pilot at this point. In the report, it says that there are 2 ways to reduce the wait times as well. To iterate the routing technology to make it as efficient as possible and to increase the number of available vehicles. So why hasn't this already been worked out into the pilot project? Why hasn't this already been worked out into a program that we can see how it actually plays out? Staff submitted a draft funding application to the province. You've already mentioned that a few times in your presentation and now. And had conversations with the Ministry of Transportation staff on the funding possibilities. The potential provincial funding envelope is for 5 years. So we have the funding, potentially, we can get the funding, and then then we are expected to achieve financial self-sustaining status after year 5 because that funding's gone. Through, in the report, you have it as self-sufficient, to become self-sufficient through increases in ridership fare revenues, gas tax revenues, assessment growth, and small taxation increases. I don't know how small it's going to be when you're shooting for 17 buses. Not sure on those numbers. I saw the main numbers that you threw up there, but there's still a lot of questions to that in my mind. And then tonight, you even mentioned there would be increases to fares to those that can afford it. So I don't know if you want to clarify on that after I finish asking my questions, because who can afford it? Like where do you draw the line? Where do you separate people to who can and cannot afford it? How would that work? And then the RFP that you had written out, it'll have pricing based on batches of 25,000 annual rides. So yet apparently we had almost 10,000 in July, which has been mentioned. And we're presuming to reach 420,000 rides in 2031. So why would there be such a low expectation for the RFP and pricing? That was a question that came up while I was reading it. And it's obviously that it will not be enough amount. This will obviously not be enough for the amount of rides the town is expecting and will cause more issues or have the provider request more compensation to provide more transit. So basically I was saying that here we are going for a lower annual ride pricing on the RFP, which we're not expecting that at all. We're expecting much more. So it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of numbers would come up. In regards to, you had mentioned a few times about potentially somebody else taking over as opposed to Argo. Who else does this right now? What other options are there? How many other companies do this? Because as far as I know, this was one of the first, Argo was one of the first for communities, for municipalities. We were one of the guinea pigs, one of the first guinea pigs to try it out. So this RFP, is this being written for Argo, or are there other options out there? I'm curious about that as well.
Through you, Mayor Leduc, to Councillor Ferragini. Start with your last question. When we were putting this together, there were other vendors who claimed that they could replicate the service, they could replicate what Argo is doing, but they were unable to bring the fullness of the picture to the table. We believe that they've evolved since then. 2 definitely come to mind that I prefer not to name here. They've evolved since then. And I believe that when we go to market, we are likely to, I'm confident that we're likely to get multiple proponents. What I will be guarded, and Vanessa, Ms. Moram will definitely ensure that I'm guarded on this one, is not to set an RFP where there's really only one proponent that can meet it. So it has to be performance-based as opposed to very specific criteria such as electric buses, or you must have an app that does A, B, C, and D. No. It has to be, this is what we want you to achieve. You have to demonstrate how you'll achieve that to us. So it has to be a performance-based RFP. And that's where we're going on this particular one. mentioned 25 batches of 25,000. The RFP will not be for 25,000 rides, but will be for multiple batches of 25,000, depending, or a combination thereof, depending on the ridership total that we're targeting. So for example, if in year one we're targeting 150,000 rides per year, then we're paying you for batches of 6 times 6 times 25,000 rides. So that's what it'll be. And that will iterate every year, go up accordingly. And that's the idea. Again, it will be the proponent to tell us how they will achieve that within the service parameters that we will set. So that's where we're going on this. You spoke about the algorithm and the resources. One of the things that I will commend Argo on being the current vendor, iteration on algorithm, iteration on ideas to improve the system is literally in real time. Or trial an update today, it works, great. It needs tweaking, it's tweaked tonight. Trial something today, it doesn't work, go back to square one tonight. It's that quick with them. And those have, over the 4 months, and keep in mind that we're at 4 months. We're at 4 months and 2 days into this. That is how we've been able to drive the efficiency to be able to open the app with the resourcing that we've got and achieve 427. And we've been doing 400 plus rides consistently since the app went open. And I've been seeing the wait times, the P95 wait time, the maximum wait time during the peak demand periods actually come down slightly. And that shows that each individual tweak of the algorithm is paying dividends. Does all of it work? No. But it's trying the ideas to see what will work to drive efficiency, and that's a consistent process. How do we get down the wait times to something, the peak time, wait times, to something quite low? That's resourcing. And that is something that will require additional buses as the demand grows. As I said many times in the presentation, we need help for that one. And that's where we're at the province. I am hopeful, as I said. Staff at the province have been working with us, which is, we've applied for many, many, many funding programs. This is the only one in my memory where staff are working with us. So I would like to think that they see something there. Right. Are we there? No, we're not. Do I expect to be there tomorrow? No, I don't. But we're working through it. Yeah. I hope I didn't miss anything.
But I would like to reiterate what you just said too. It's only been 4 months. This hasn't been a 1-year pilot project, which we all agreed to go through. So to jump on a 5-year now, to go to procurement, to get this happening within the next couple of months, to me, I'm just not comfortable doing that yet.
Okay, I've got Councillor Dehaney next, myself, and then Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Deputy CEO, for your presentation. I believe the ridership has exceeded our expectation. And of course, as you mentioned over and over and over, the challenges. And of course, with anything at all in life, we're going to have challenges, right? But when we do have challenges, we find ways to navigate those challenges. And with the increase of ridership, definitely, we're going to definitely need more buses, right, on the street. We started with $1 million budget, right, which was the same as the older system. But now the ridership has increased. It is more, the demand is greater now, right? So of course, it's only common sense that we're definitely going to need more buses on the street. So at this point, coming with for evaluation, right, and how do we continue this pilot program is very timely. I am definitely going to support this, and I want to encourage the residents, the riders, to continue coming with your with your comments, your ideas, your suggestions, and the challenges that you're facing so that, you know, we can improve on this system, right? Because I'm telling you, the ridership comparing to the older service that we had before, it is greater. So what we're experiencing right now is normal. It is going to be normal because the ridership is greater. Are we going to sit in it, or are we going to go to the drawing board and we're going to maybe get another bus on the street? We're definitely going to need another bus. I don't know how we're going to do this, Mahesh, until April, because of course, with the buses that we're having right now, we're definitely going to have more issues. We're going to have more problems if we don't get another bus on it, right? It has exceeded our expectation. People are loving the service. And for the people, definitely I'm advocating for the people because I've been hearing people, they love the service. However, the glitches. And again, the glitches is because the ridership has exceeded the expectation. We did not expect that the ridership was going to be this great, which is very good, right? But I have one ask for you, Deputy CEO. So I have residents reaching out that goes to Anderson Park, and I believe the bus only stops at the Eldon. I know right now there's no route around that area, but if the bus could even do one, maybe one stop over the light, because there's no stoplight, there's no sidewalks, I should say, sorry. So if the bus could maybe just go over that one light, right? Same route, but just bring the children, the youth, the vulnerables, right? Over that light, because there's no sidewalk, right? During this pilot program, the residents would be very happy. So if that's something that we can look into during this pilot program, we're not changing route, we're on the same route, because I'm sure the bus has to maybe go over the light to make a U-turn, right? To continue its journey. So if we can maybe look at one stop over the light, just to take them over the light. And we're talking about the people, the vulnerables, the youth, right? People that depends on this service. But I'm very much in support of the report. And of course, if the ridership is going to increase, we definitely know that the budget has to be visited. It does not take a brainer to know that, right? So the ridership has exceeded our expectation, and now it's time to act, because now Argo is doing better than what the other service was doing. The other service was doing great. It did its time. Now we see that there's more people that are depending on the public transit. Are we going backwards? Or are we going forward? Well, I believe we want to go forward, and I believe the community want to go forward. So if Argo can fix some of those glitches, and again, it's 4 months in, we need to hear the problems so that we can fix them, right? So that we can improve the service to better serve our BWG residents. Thank you again, Deputy CEO.
You want to respond at all, or?
I've heard from Councillor Giordano on Henderson. I've heard from Councillor Duhaney. I'll say to both of you, leave it with me to discuss it with Argo, to discuss it internally with our transit folks, to see what solution we can come up with, shape or form, and I'll get back to both of you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to comment now, if you don't mind, and I appreciate everybody's comments, and I really want to say thank you to the residents that are actually sending in comments and suggestions to us. I think that helps us, because you know what? It is a pilot program, and it is something that if they weren't making changes all the time, I mean, I'd be afraid then. Technology and AI is advancing so fast that this is helping them, and I think the biggest one you made, Deputy CEO, was the fact that they're doing it in real time. And we're bettering the service, we're increasing the service, and the ridership has increased, and that is absolutely a supply and demand issue right there. I mean, there's no ifs, buts. We had 3 buses before, we're up to 4. I mean, we know we're going to need more. It's about setting this program up. I think this is an absolute gem for us. $1 a ride. I would love to see us hit those targets where you have 420,000 rides a year. I would love to see those targets hit for sure. I think this is something that I'm going to absolutely 100% support, because I think it is a benefit to our residents. It's a real affordability issue. It's a real quality of life issue for them, and we will get this right. With their feedback, we will get this right. Come to us directly. Don't use Facebook as your platform for telling us what we're doing wrong. Come to us directly. Please come to every councillor directly. Come to their accounts. Ask them to get this to the people that are making the changes. We'll do better. We'll absolutely do better because they are doing better every day. I tell you, we started off with some issues, but we have cleaned up a lot of those issues, and this program is moving a lot faster than I thought. And I am absolutely 100% not afraid of those buses being out there in the winter. Tesla's been around for a long time with electric batteries. We've had electric cars on the road for a long time. It's got nothing to do with the batteries failing in the winter. It's the driving ability of everybody in the winter. 50% of the drivers in Ontario, for crying out loud, in the winter can't drive. It's ridiculous. But these buses are built. They've passed quality assurances to get into Canada, to be sold in Canada. So I'm absolutely 100% in favor of them, or supportive of them being a bus that can drive in the winter. I have no issue with that. If it's a blizzard or a snowstorm, you're getting off the road anyways. Most of the things are getting off the road anyways. So, I mean, this is a system that I think will work. The buses are manufactured in Turkey. The system worked because we had the bus manufacturer and the tech people get together and drive this program. That's where we got this program from, and I'm 100% support, and I've seen it in advance. So I'm going to support this. We need to go out and get a 5-year contract. I think we can do that. There is other alternative suppliers out there. You're seeing it go forward. We're seeing this pick up across the province. You've seen other communities pick up on what we're doing. We have Brampton and a few other communities that are actually advancing this. I've got calls from many mayors throughout Ontario asking me, how did you do this? We've got other providers coming and saying, hey, can you help us out? So I'm in support of this. I think it's a great program. And I commend everybody for giving us those comments, because that's what makes us better. We know this is a pilot. We know there was going to be issues. But I'll tell you what, 57 complaints is not a huge number, but it's perfect to help us make this system better. And I want to hear that feedback. I want to see that feedback, because we can do better. They are doing better. And I commend your team, Mesh, all of our staff, the Argo staff, wonderful working together. They're very responsive, so we can do this, and I'm looking forward to this service becoming a full-time service, and I will support the report. So I'll turn it back to, I got Councilor Giordano next. Anybody else?
Yeah, I can't remember now, but I'd like to put a motion on to extend the pilot before we make a decision. I'm not sure if that's been tabled yet. Also, a few more points. I think I heard from the Deputy CEO, all the more reason to wait. You're saying that more and more other competitors or other companies are catching up. So why are we rushing to go to market with maybe in the next 6 months to a year? There could be all kinds of options and different pricing and everything else. You never necessarily want to go first to market with anyone, because you're not getting as competitiveness when it looks at the landscape of opportunities. So just as you were saying, every single day things are changing and advancing. That's more of a reason to wait and extend our pilot. As a business person, and I'm not speaking as someone out of emotion. It's based on strategic, right? So when you look at your business plan, you don't turn around and say, well, I'm going to pigeonhole myself into a potential option, knowing that 6 months to a year there could be a way larger landscape of opportunity. So the other thing too is we keep saying we need other buses and everything else. Yeah, like I think this service is fantastic. What's the cost? What's the cost of those increased buses? Who's paying for those costs, right? To Councillor Harper's point, why $1? Just because we want to make it affordable for everybody? Okay, well, and then you mentioned about having, those who could afford will pay more. Well, isn't that a human rights tribunal nightmare right there? All of a sudden say, well, you're going to pay more because you can afford it, but no, you don't deserve to pay as much as somebody else. Like, I don't understand how that even comes into play. So, again, these are all things that I'm hearing for the first time now, and I want more clarification on some of this information. And I believe there's also some complaints about accessibility issues, that these buses didn't meet certain criteria, but we've been modifying the buses in order to accommodate that. Is that real, or is that true? Maybe you can just address that. And then lastly, the mayor brought this up, and it was something I didn't want to bring up today, but I'm going to say it now. I would be much more comfortable if these were Canadian manufactured vehicles and not from Turkey or somewhere else overseas. We are in a massive manufacturing war globally. We have the companies and the ability locally to build this, and we're going across the world to get these things. At the end of the day, they're just down the street. They're just up the street. We can get access to Canadian manufacturing.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councilor Kite next. And then, actually, I don't have a recommendation on the floor yet, do I? I've been debating that, so. Okay. So you said you wanted to put a recommendation on the floor? So, Madam, Okay. Speak.
So I guess my question is, we're all kind of not, yeah, some of us are worried about winter operation. I'm not, but that is the biggest concern I'm hearing here, and also that the pilot hasn't really fully been gone through the stages yet. So I see on page 12 of your report or presentation, the request for proposals to award the contract in November of 2025. But getting the RFP done in October. So what I'm trying to say is we do need the pricing before budget time. So could we do all that, but then can we find out if Argo can give us a 2-3 month extension so that we don't award the contract until February, and then the contract begins in, say, May, and then we can get the process going for the RFP and get the pricing. But I don't know, I don't think you can answer the question whether Argo is willing to give us a 2 or 3 month extension on the pilot program.
Through you, Mayor Leduc, to Councillor Verkijk. The extension, would you like to ask the question?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Did you say that they will give us an extension?
I didn't get there yet. In terms of the extension, it's something I'm sure that we can raise, not I'm sure, I know we can raise with them and have that conversation. What I will suggest is that any extension will need to give us enough time from the award to the start. I would recommend 6 months. Simply in the event that it's a different vendor who would need to replicate the systems that they've put in place. So you'll need that 6 months in terms of that. So whatever extension we're looking at, work backwards, plus my RFP time, you're looking at about 8 to 9 months. Right?
So my follow-up question is, if we don't approve this tonight and ask for it to be deferred to, or I guess our next meeting is in September, how does that affect the timing? Will we still be able, can we wait till September to make a decision?
Argo is here. We can put them on the spot. No, it's if we're looking at an extension, is that to prove that the buses can work in the winter? Is that what we're looking for?
No, some are. I'm not, but the other request for an extension was to more fully test the pilot, to get more confidence in what's happening. But my question right now is, if we can't get those answers tonight, then can we delay the decision to September and still move forward properly?
Through you, Mayor Leduc, to move forward and give any potential other vendor a fair shot at mobilizing, we'll need to move the end of pilot completion date. Otherwise, what we will end up stacking is in favor of Argo, I'll be honest. And from a procurement perspective, that's not advisable. So the first thing would be ask Argo, can we get an extension? How many months we're looking for? Based upon what I've heard around the table, you're probably looking, as you're right, at least a 3-month extension, probably a little longer. And what would be the terms of that? So that's the first part. And then work it backwards and see what is it we can provide to that. So that's something I can definitely raise. I will not suggest that, based upon the full sum of the conversation, that we're back in September. It's probably back later than that. Right.
So then we can, have you got time? So my concern is if we drive this extension and we don't change the buses, you're just going to build the complaints. So if we're driving extension, it means we're driving more cost. They've got to bring more buses in. I mean, you can't work with the 4 buses The ridership is going up. That's what's driving your complaints, that peak demand. We can't manage the system on 4 buses. The idea is we need to get our bus services up. So I'm concerned if we drive an extension now. So that's a question. So can we defer this? Is this something that we can defer and move to answer those questions through that extension?
I would put one more risk out there, Mr. Mayor. What happens if Argo says no? Then we are in a situation where it's very tight. We'll handicap the next proponent in terms of their mobilization. And that's the challenge. In terms of, we've all agreed that on-demand transit shows that it has the benefit of what we thought it would. Couple of things. One is, there's nothing that's guaranteeing that it will be Argo. There's nothing that's guaranteeing that it will be these electric buses. It could be something different, right? And that's where the conversation needs to be. The way that the manager of procurement and I have been talking about the RFP, it has to be performance-based. We're not speccing you need X number of buses and no. It's for them to figure that out. Whoever can be efficient. If we've got a concern that the buses must be able to work in X centimeters of snow, that's a performance criteria. We put that into the RFP. Right? And that's the solution I would recommend. We want, Councilor Giordano mentioned we wanted the preferences for buses manufactured here. That can be in the or finished here. That can be in the RFP. And these buses are finished here. So they've got manufactured content in Canada. All those issues can be put as performance in the RFP. And that's where we're going with. All of the concerns raised, all of the challenges that you have in your mind can be reflected in a performance-based RFP today.
Okay, I've got Councillor Dehaney next. You're on mute again, and then I want to put a recommendation on the floor. I got to put the recommendation from the report on the floor so we can.
Sorry?
We're muted.
Oh, okay. So if we're going to extend the pilot program, and if Argo say yes or no, to what Mayor mentioned, we definitely are going to need another bus on the road for sure. But again, it all depends on Argo. So Mahish, is Argo there in the house tonight? Because I believe you said that they're here. Can they come forward and maybe answer to some of the questions, like will they be okay to the pilot program, or would they need more time to think about it? And if they do agree, say tonight, and said, yes, we can consider the pilot program being extended, will they be open to, and again,
Point of order. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think we should be asking to do business negotiations at a council table during a council meeting.
Excuse me?
Excuse me, it's a point of order.
For a second, please,
So
before you interrupt me. Thank you.
Councillor Dehaney and Councillor Giordano, I'm the chair. I will take over this. Yes, you can't negotiate
Mayor,
something at the table right now,
One second,
Councillor
I
Dehaney.
am not, 1 second, Mayor, please and thank you. I'm asking a question, and I would appreciate if persons would listen keenly before allowing their
Ask the
emotions
question.
to jump
Please
in.
ask the question.
I did ask my question, Mayor. Can you allow me to speak? I was elected just like everyone else to represent the people of Bradford, whether you like me or not. The people do. That's why I'm here. And I have the fair choice and right, like everyone else, to speak as lengthy as I choose, just as everyone else. So let me go back to my question before I was interrupted. Thank you. So, Deputy CEO, you said that Argo was in the house. If Argo is okay to come forward, if they maybe need more time to answer the questions that we're asking, will they be open to let us know, okay, will they be able to provide an extra bus, or will they be open to the extension of the pilot program, please? That's my question before I was rudely interrupted. Thank you.
I'm going to have our manager of procurement come up and speak to this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your question, Councillor Duhaney. At this time, we are unable to ask Argo to come forward to have any discussion with respect to the contract. This is confidential discussions that we would be having offline, and Mahesh and I will take that on if that is council's desire after this meeting.
Thank you so much, Vanessa, for clarifying my question. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you. All right, I've got Councillor Scott for the last comment before we move on.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just want to go back. I hear everyone's comments, and the report itself doesn't outline the RFP timeline the way the slideshow presentation does. But the initial report that we endorsed when we made the switch to on-demand transit said there would be a request for proposals in Q3 2025 to procure a multi-year service provider to enable a shift to permanent on-demand transit from April 1st, 2026. So we're not being asked to do anything tonight that we didn't contemplate doing when we launched this pilot. The only concern is whether we've had enough time of the pilot rolling out to make an informed decision, which is a fair comment, but we're not being asked to make a decision to award the contract until the end of this year. So we have another 3 or 4 months until we're being asked to make a decision. All we're being asked to do tonight is launch the RFP process. So hopefully that gives some people some assurance. We don't have a gun to our head, so to speak, tonight. We're just being asked to take the next stage of a process that we control and would still make a final decision on, in keeping with the timeline that was outlined when we first launched the pilot.
We have, I can move that we approve the recommendation.
It hasn't been seconded, so. His motion was to, what was your motion again?
My
So
motion.
I need the clerk to rule here. Please rule first.
We have not put the motion from the agenda, the recommendation of the report, onto the floor yet. So we'll do that first, and then amendments can come from there.
Okay.
Hold on, point of order. Mayor, for clarification, you asked Councillor Giordano to let Councillor Verkuyk speak, and then you would go back to his recommendation. You have not done that.
I wanted to clarify with the clerk. The clerk has clarified how it works. We put the motion on the floor. Now I'll go back to Councillor Giordano if he wants to amend it. It's moved and seconded. I'm going back to him for an amendment if he'd like. So, Councillor Giordano, would you like to amend it?
I'd like to amend it to ask staff to ask for a 6-month extension on the pilot program, therefore giving us some time, I believe it would that be December instead of September, for us to start the RFQ process. But I want to do it in 1 year from the day that we actually open it up to the actual town. So what date was that? Can you remind me?
Through you to Councilor Giordano. Opening the app, I believe it was July 7th or...
So I would like to be going to RFQ probably sometime in the springtime, making a decision 1 year after the pilot has actually been available to the community. So you guys are gonna have to work the math back on what that extension looks like. But that's something that I'd like to defer this until we get answers back about the extension of this. Well, you're gonna ask for it, and then all of a sudden it doesn't come back. We have to unmothball our.
Are you putting an amendment or?
Okay, I'll put the amendment. I'll put the amendment. So we're gonna ask for extension. So then, therefore, the procurement takes place 1 year from the date that it was available to the public.
Okay, seconded. So it's amendment that it is, procurement is 1 year from July 7th. That was the date, right? Hey? I know, it's a entirely different resolution, but let's just get it on the floor and get it over with, and we can move on to the recommendation. So we have a mover and a seconder. Further comments on that? Okay, seeing none, do you want to vote on that amendment? All in support of the amendment? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, opposed?
Mayor, I don't know what I am agreeing to.
He put an amendment, he put a new motion on the floor to make an extension, and the to do the RFQ or the RFP 12 months later. So if you're in support of this recommendation, the one on the table, he's amending it. The one on the report, he's amended.
It's kind of difficult too, since what Vanessa mentioned just now, that we cannot do anything or say anything, Argo cannot speak on anything. So I find it very weird for me to, I don't even know what to agree on.
Okay, so
I'm gonna opt out of it. I
you're
abstain
abstaining from the vote. Thank you.
I don't know what this is.
Thank you. So that's defeated. So the motion on the floor is, and I'll read it, and it was moved by recommendation of the staff report DCAO 2025-8 titled Update on Bradford West Gwillimbury Demand Transit be received for information, and that council endorsed the staff plan to procure a long-term service provider for its on-demand transit service. Moved by, and it was moved by Councilor Kike, seconded by Deputy Mayor. That's on the floor now. All right?
May I get a point of order?
Point of order.
I'd like to recommend the deferral, which supersedes the recommendation.
Okay. You have a deferral. Does it supersede the recommendation? He's asking for a deferral, okay?
I have a point of order. No, seriously. A deferral pushes it off indefinitely. A referral sends it back to staff seeking more information to come back at a specific time.
I can do that. Okay, so what are we putting on the floor? A deferral or referral?
Referral doesn't have the same superseding as the deferral.
No.
It's debatable.
It's debatable. That's okay. You can put referral on. Have you got?
I'm okay with the referral too, but like as long as we get the answers quickly, because I liked what Councilor Kike was talking about, getting the decisions. If we know that, then it basically, it only will jump the timelines only shortly, because I know the connections that the Deputy CEO has with Argo will get us the answers we need. And I'm okay with that. And if we have that, you know what? It's not like I'm saying, I just really would want the winter stuff, but like, we know we're probably going to be going towards this, but we just want to make sure that we do it right. Referral would make that
You
option
have a referral.
correctly.
Do we have a seconder for that? Right there. Okay. Now we can debate that. We're good. Councilor Scott.
I will support a referral if we specify in the motion that it comes back in September with the questions asked tonight contemplate or responded to in that report. So a referral motion, you can specify the time you want it to come back and the conditions under which you want it to come back, and hopefully the mover and seconder agree with that timing and that condition.
Mayor, I agree to those conditions. Obviously, September is a good timeline. I think, you know, Councilor Kike said that well. September will give us those answers, and I think we'll have to make a hard choice. But I believe it may be give the opportunity to get that proof that we were looking for as well. He said he had it, so maybe I'll give time to give us that as well and satisfy the need of that information.
Okay, the referrals come back in September with some answers to those questions. Deputy CEO, you go ahead, comment.
A quick clarity. Question is around winter operation.
I'm going to go to the Deputy Mayor and then to Councilor Giordano, and that's it. Vote.
This doesn't seem like it's clear enough. I hear questions around winter maintenance, then I hear everything. Everything we've been discussing for the last hour and a half. What is that everything? That's not clear, and if we don't provide clear direction, they can't give us the accurate information. So let's be clear what we're asking. Then if they can do it by next September, they can let us know, staff can let us know. Otherwise, we're just going in circles.
Okay, Councilor Giordano.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So it's not, winter is only one of the major things that we discussed today. So to your point, Deputy Mayor, I think some of the other takeaways was, number one, how can you maximize your procurement with vendors that are just updating their systems now and everything else. So obviously we want to extend the timeline as much as possible to give those other opportunities to come on board. Number two, there was the ability of the guarantee that we were saying. So how does that, funding is another one. And then apparently we have to put another bus on the road or multiple buses. I want to know what the cost is. And then there's another discussion about $1 a ride versus $3 a ride versus whatever it is. Well, what does that look like? Well, we don't have any pricing modeling on what does this look like for us to roll this transit system out. Yeah, there's talks about people want to give away the transit for free. But what does that cost taxpayers? I don't have any of that information, and you guys want to go into procurement and secure something for the next 5 years. Based on what? Like, I need to see financial modeling too. Like, we can't just make these decisions and say, yeah, let's go to market. Don't forget, we still have our buses on mothballs right now. So, you know, we always have an option B or C in the works, and maybe we should have an option B or C that comes to the table. We don't have an if and what solution right now, and I get it, but you know, maybe we should have a bit of a wargaming situation where it comes to like, okay, this is one option for on-demand, or if we don't do a full on-demand system, we have a subsidized on-demand system, or we just have one and done. That's it. So those are some of the things that were being discussed today. There's also a few other things that I don't think we got full answers on. Like, for example, are these buses fully accessible, right? Or have they meet all the accessibility criteria that's required for a transit system like they have in Toronto and some of those other ones? I've heard some yes, or we've made modifications in the short term. Like, I didn't get answers on that yet. So that's another answer that I would like to have. And then the last one, hold on, I'm just trying to scroll through all these notes here. Oh yeah, the Canadian manufacturing ability, right? When you say finish, I could slap a sticker on, screw in a little digital box and say it's assembled in Canada. I want to know how much percentage of the vehicle is manufactured in Canada in the procurement process as well, for consideration.
Okay, anybody else want anything else about this in referral? Did we miss anything? Okay, so it's a referral. Yeah. Deputy.
Mr. Mayor, based upon those points raised, if all of those are to be addressed, that we will not be able to make September. I'll tell you that.
No, I was pretty sure you weren't. That's why I didn't think I had to explain it. Okay, the referral's on the table. So all in favor of the referral back to staff? All in favor of the referral back to staff? Well, it's September. We have September with all those requests. That was what they wanted. We're not waiting. September with all those issues. In favor of the referral? Vote yes or no. Okay, 2 in favor. Those opposed? Carried. Okay, back to the recommendation on the floor. We have a mover to seconder. All in favor of the recommendation? 1, 2, 3. Where are we? 4, 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Carried. Thank you. Okay, Council, it's 10 after 10. We're not going to get through this agenda tonight, I don't think. If you guys want to go past midnight.
Can you jump to the Bondhead one just because of the residents who are here for that one? That's at number 4.
We can get there in a second if you want. I don't think this servicing agreement's a big issue. I was just going to say if you wanted a break, a bathroom break. So I'll go, we didn't readjust the schedule, so. Okay, 9.3, let's do 9.3. Request for pre-service agreement. I've got a recommendation that report ENG 2025-10 titled Request for Pre-Service Agreement, Low Parcel, External Sanitary be received for information, and the necessary bylaw be presented to council to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into a pre-servicing agreement. Mover and a seconder, put this on the floor, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Ferragini. Questions and concerns with this one? It's a good one. It's in our southern quadrant. It's hoping that we get some servicing done and get the rest of that servicing up through our employment lands. So, okay, no questions or concerns. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, 9.4. That's the Bondhead Heritage. We will do that, and then we'll take a break after, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, Bondhead Heritage Conservation District recommendation, PLN 2025-37. I have a recommendation that PLN 2025-37 be received, and that in accordance with Section 41 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Council designate by bylaw the area shown in Attachment 7.1 appended to report PLN 2025-37 as the Bondhead Heritage Conservation District, and the Council adopt by bylaw the Bondhead Heritage Conservation District Plan as the district plan for Bondhead Heritage Conservation District in accordance with Section 41.1 of the Ontario Heritage Act, attached as attachment 7-2, appended to report PLN 2025-37, and the council approve a heritage permit process for parts 4 and 5 designated properties in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, with an effective date of January 1st, 2026. Moved by Councillor Kike, seconded by Councillor Scott. Question, concerns? We got it? We okay with the seconder? Okay. Question, concerns with this? I'm going to go to Councillor Harper, he had his hand up first, then Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Mayor. While I like the proposal, that marks a significant step in formally recognizing, protecting the heritage fabric of Bond Head. I'd hope that the HCD plan, if passed, it comes with the right supports in place for our residents. Being in an area that does have some heritage as well in Ward 6, the downtown core, I hope that it just balances a lot of the goals of preservation with homeowner rights, affordability, and clarity of the implementation. My key concerns are around the administrative burden part of that, or the potential costs to residents, and then flexibility to accommodate the evolving housing needs. So I don't know exactly what the plan, I do know what the plan entails, but I hope that it does have the right supports in place for our residents. That's my comments.
Thank you. Councillor Scott?
Well, thank you to the consultant team, town staff, especially Thomas Dystra and the Heritage Advisory Committee this term, last term, and I think the term before, for their work on this initiative. This is a long time coming. It's the result of, I think, careful planning, years of consultation, and a lot of community engagement over those years. It's going to preserve the character and charm of the village of Bond Head, even as the village evolves. It provides tools to guide change and to ensure the story of this village continues to be visible and valued. I want to especially acknowledge the work of the Heritage Committee under Councillor Verkijk's chairmanship. I believe we've done more this term than practically ever before to protect heritage buildings and recognize our heritage. To Councillor Harper's questions, there are some very straightforward triage processes in this plan. There's the opportunity for property tax abatement for designated heritage properties, and I think it puts a very good package together to preserve the character of the village. And ultimately, it's about more than the buildings. It's about storytelling across generations, our identity, and keeping a sense of place even as we grow. So I'm really happy to see this hopefully coming to fruition tonight.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Ferragini next.
Thank you. Yeah, this started back in 2018, so it's been a long time coming that we've had discussions with the public and constantly going over presentations through different committees and such, so it's great to finally see this come to us in person. Bond Head is a gem. Ms. Usher was up here and she was talking about it. We know that there's such an untapped resource in that hamlet, and with the heritage designation, this place could be, well, sorry, it is, but I mean, be even more beautiful. Dr. Chambers had always mentioned about people coming to visit Bond Head. Always talked about them coming to visit Bond Head, and what this does is, if we keep that feel and we keep that aspect to what Bond Head actually is, it's only just going to get bigger and better.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Verkijk next.
Yeah, I'd really like to thank all the work that the staff put in on this, Thomas Dysart and everyone else, and even the previous planner that worked on it. I can't quite remember his Slopak. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a long time coming. This plan is on the light side, especially for the supporting properties that aren't historical. There's very little that they have to do differently, except for that they can't just tear their building down and put some Art Deco, some thing that doesn't blend in with the Heritage District. And it's also going to put some onus on new development against those homes. They can't go like 5 stories high. So it's going to offer a lot of protection and not put a lot of onus on the existing residents that are in the district. So I think it's a win-win, and yeah, I hope we approve it tonight.
Further comments? Deputy Mayor Sandu.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very happy to support this. As others mentioned, this has been a long time coming. I remember it was about 20 years ago, we were doing fundraising for William Osler Hospital in Brampton. And some of the staff did not even know where the home place was. And when I told them, they said, oh, we're going to take a drive up there and see. This is a gym. You said it rightfully. And Ms. Usher, when you mentioned the parade, I still remember that, and I have those pictures here. This is one of my best pictures, I think, as a sheriff, when we dressed up as a time period. And I still have pictures from that parade, and it was the best parade, and all the hard work that the committee did. And not to mention the work about this. Many residents contributed. Dr. Chambers, who's not with us, he was spearheading it. And some of our staff, they did an excellent job. And I'm very thankful and I'm hopeful that this will get passed today and we get the work beginning.
Councillor Dyke?
As everybody mentioned, a lot of work, a lot of history, and I'm glad that this is going to come to tuition. And there's a lot of passion in the community and great history that is going to live on. You know, we have new growth, but we have to preserve what's already there. And I think this is a good plan. So I'm looking forward to the vote.
Excellent. Further comments or questions? Seeing none. All right. I'm going to comment. Linda, thank you so much for coming up earlier tonight. That was great to see. And the Chambers for being here today. Thank you so much. It is a big moment. This has been ongoing since 2007, and we're finally here. And Mr. Chambers, Dr. Chambers is not here with us, but I think you'll be quite excited tonight, hopefully, with the vote going through, because I think it is a positive step forward. We'll hopefully see the next, let's say, Unionville or Kleinburg, something like that. I mean, there is great potential, and there's some beautiful areas across the province that has these unique settings within their community. So look forward to seeing that happen. Bonhead has a special place in everybody's heart, so the history there is fantastic. So look forward to having a positive vote here tonight. All right, so I'm actually going to call the vote now. All in favor of the recommendation? 2, 3, 4, 5. Unanimous. We'll call it unanimous. We've got everybody in here. Unanimously supported. Excellent. You had Councillor Dehaney. She voted. Yes, she was in favor. It was unanimous. We had everybody unanimous. So
yes, I was in favor. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, we had everybody there. So, okay, so Council, do you want to take a break? Okay, so can we pause for 5? What time is it? 10:09. So be back at 10:25, please, so we can move on, because we've got to 11 before we have to do another recommendation. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're at 9.5 of the agenda, Side Road 10 and Swar Street naming proposed consultation. It's a recommendation that PLN 2025-40 be received and that the consultation plan proposed for the renaming of Side Road 10 from Line 6 to County Road 89, as outlined in report PLN 2025-40, be endorsed, with staff reporting back to council on the results of the consultation at the earliest opportunity, and the council endorsed staff plan to begin the solicitation of road names through public consultation as described in report PLN 2025-40 on the renaming of select roads in the area surrounding the Swar as described in report PLN 2025-40, with staff reporting back to council on the results of the consultation at its earliest opportunity. Who's moving it? Okay, moved by Councillor Scott, seconded by Deputy Mayor Sandu. Questions? Go ahead, Councillor Burkett.
So my question is, on the Swar street naming proposed consultation, I'm in total agree with that, and that's the right process to go for. And council's not voted on anything yet. But my concern is on Side Road 10, council 2 years ago approved the road renaming. So how can, what kind of consultation process are we doing? It's after the fact. It's like we've approved a subdivision and it's half built and we're going to have a planning meeting for it. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's backwards. Does it work if we've already approved it?
Okay, maybe I can have Alan ask that question, or Alan, can you answer that, or can Thomas? Who wants to take it first? Not me, not me, not me.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Verkuyk, and I think it's maybe a tendency of willing to let the other go first and speak. So further to the question that Councillor Verkuyk has posed, the contents of the report are meant to try to strike a balance between two directions that staff have received from council. On the one hand, as you've indicated, council's given direction to advance the renaming for Side Road 10 from Line 6 through to County Road 89 to Middleton. My apologies. I know the report also includes historic evidence of Middleton and Middletown, so my apologies to have used the wrong one. And similarly, there's also the direction to, in accordance with the street renaming guideline, to consult with the public in the event of renaming of a public street. To date, members of the public have not been notified through the implementation of the renaming guideline with regard to the Side Road 10 renaming direction, and therefore the balance the report seeks to strike is to use a essentially a consultation light program as proposed to use that as the vehicle to notify the public and welcome feedback, which we would include as part of a further report to council. And that said, I'd defer to Mr. Dissette for any further commentary.
I also would like to add that I think as part of the consultation, when we come back to council with a recommendation to rename Middletown Side Road, council has full accounting of the public's thoughts, the financial implications, anything that we have to do at the county level to rename the road that's not under the jurisdiction of the town. So it would be just a full cost accounting of what everyone thinks about the proposal.
Does that help you, Councillor Verkuyk, a little bit? Okay, I've got Councillor Scott next.
So, I just want to build on Councillor Verkuy's question and those answers. The only thing that I would add is council approved renaming Middletown Road, or Middletown Side Road, from 10 Side Road 2 years ago. 9 months later, we created a street renaming framework. I have no problem with doing consultation light, but the decision's already been made. It's more, I think, about how it would be implemented and what we can do through the implementation. The policy comes in after the decision was made, and so the decision was made without a policy in place at the time. We can try and reverse engineer it. I like the phrase consultation light, but council already made the decision. That being said, more generally, I think it's a simple and practical initiative that honors our heritage and enhances public safety, because The report talks about Middletown Side Road. It's something that's colloquially known. It's more than that. It's a name that's been around for generations. It's on old maps. It's still in common use. It's actually on a series of the signs up on the road today. It's on Google Maps today, and it reflects the heritage of Middletown, or more rarely Middleton, which was a crossroads community at the beginning of Bradford, Bond Head, and the general area. So this isn't just about honoring the past, it's also about reducing confusion, especially with emergencies. Today, GPS, I think, helps a fair bit, but I've heard stories of residents calling 911 saying, I'm at such and such Middletown Road, and the dispatcher not knowing where Middletown Side Road is, because technically the name is 10 Side Road. And the CAO and I were talking about this. No one calls it 10 Side Road. They might call it 10th Side Road or Side Road 10 or Middletown Side Road. But fixing this is a good idea so that the name actually matches what people know it as. Like I said, it's been endorsed by council already in the Heritage Committee. So I'm all in favor of getting it done. Consultation light, talk to people so they understand what's coming. If we have to do some modest support for the cost of changing an address, we can look at that, but that I think modest being the key word, because we're not really changing a name so much as we're standardizing the common usage in what half our street or some percentage of our street signs and what Google Maps already says. As for the SWAR, we've effectively, thanks to that traffic circle, created new roads. You know, Line 5 East doesn't connect to Line 5 West anymore. So I think trying to sort that out is not only clarifying things, but it's also a nice opportunity to find more ways to honor our heritage. And one of those streets is on the Highway 400 interchange now, so it's a bit of an entrance to town. So all in all, I think this is something that will improve clarity on our past and help keep people safe. And I'm all in favor of moving full steam ahead on both aspects.
Thank you. I've got Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not to repeat the comments that already been mentioned by the two councillors. Last time we discussed this was, and approved by council, was August 1st, 2023. I know other priorities take over, staff's busy, it took us 2 years to get to this point. In the recommendation itself, it says earliest opportunity. I fully know what that earliest opportunity could be. It could be a month, it could be 6 months, it could be a year. Based on your workload, which I recognize can change depending on hot issues and stuff. I would like to have some sort of a date for this to come back with public consultation, whether it's a month or 2 months, but not, this is not a timeline to go into next year. Those are my comments.
Okay, perfect. Further comments or questions? Seeing none, okay. I would like, folks, if you're okay with this, I'd like to extend the SWAR renaming to Side Road 5. It goes only to, the recommendation goes only to the east side of the bridge. I'd like to carry it right through to the 5th Side Road, because, well, I'll get to, hang on, you gotta wait for me to say, you can, give me a chance. I would like to get to there because in the end, on the highway, you'll see one road naming coming off. So otherwise you see whatever you call it and then line 5 also. So Side Road, so Side Road 5, I would say the east side of it to back, all the way back, you know what I mean? Side Road 5 is the interchange. It's the lights right there at Side Road 5 and line 5. Side Road 5 and line 5. We only go to the bridge. We go to the east side of the bridge, and then you've got this little piece of line 5 to the light, and then line 5 to 27. I'm saying just to Side Road 5. Make that consistent. And then you got line 5 from Side Road 5 to 27 to New Tech. That's what I was getting at. It makes it more easy and consistent. Otherwise, you just go name change, name change, name change. So, Councilor Kike.
So, not that this is relevant to this recommendation, and that would be part of the consultation process. The problem is when people want to go to line 5 and they want to go to line 5, and whether it's in BWG or New Tech, they're going to be going down and they go, where's the sign for line 5? They're going to get, anyways, we can talk about that when we're consultation process.
GPS will help you with that. Or like some of those funny videos, your wife will tell you where it is. So, now it'll be there. I'm just saying for consistency, but through the consultation, I guess that could be, talked about. Maybe some people say, because if you come up the highway, you'll see coming up to 400, it'll be 2 roads, right? So, just that's what I'd like to see it go to the side road 5. So, if that's something that council could support, that's not in the report, so I don't know how to put it in there, because it only goes to the east side of the 400, correct? The report. So, is that something council can support to push further, or you want to leave the report as is? Let's through consultation we can find out if people are okay with it. All right, thank you. Okay, so we're okay with any more comments? Seeing none, all in favor? 3, 4, yep, carried. Thank you. On to 9.6, recommendation file. Recommendation that report PLN 2025-36 title recommendation report, file number D14-25-5 and D12-2505 for blocks 1 and 2, Plan 51M 1138, and part of Lot 15, Concession 5 be received, that all written submissions received in regard to the applications and all oral submissions made at the public meeting held on June 10, 2025 related to the applications have been taken into consideration as part of the deliberations and final decisions, that pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act, no further public notification is required, that the site-specific zoning bylaw amendment D14-25-05 be approved for lands known as Block 102 Plan 51M 1138 and part of Lot 15 Concession 5, and that the corresponding bylaws be brought forward for enactment, and that draft plan of subdivision D12-25-5 dated January 21st, 2025 be given draft approval subject to conditions as appended to report PLN 2025-36, including that draft approval lapse after 3 years if final approval is not achieved within that period. Mover seconder, please. By Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Dykey. Question, concerns? We have our planning staff up here with us. Alan?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for context as well, I do believe we have a planning consultant from KLM here on behalf of Bayview Wellington in the event council has questions for them.
I know we've got everybody here and it's late at night. Okay, no questions or concerns, so I will call the vote. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Thank you very much. We apologize for that. Procurement activities for 2025 first, second quarters. So I have a report, recommendation that report LEG 2024-6 entitled Procurement Activities 2025 first and second quarters be received for information. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Ferragini. Question, concerns with the report? Okay, seeing none, all in favor? Carried, thank you. We're on to 9.8, municipal elections, voting method. So recommendation that report CLK-2025-5 titled 2026 municipal election voting method be received for information, and the council confirm the use of internet and telephone voting as the voting method for the 2026 municipal election. Put on the floor. Moved by Councillor Giordano, seconded by Councillor Ferragini. Question, concerns with this? Okay, I'm going to go over this side first. Councillor Giordano.
I'd like to move to defer this to next council meeting. I think this might be a long conversation. It's already getting pretty late.
A deferral? Okay, you moved it. You're deferring. You're going to deferral. You're seconding that. No debate on the deferral. So you want to defer it. That means it. So you have a date that you want it back next meeting. Next agenda. Okay. Let's no debate. So we'll vote on the deferral.
I wasn't expecting this question. Yeah, you can postpone definitely, aka deferral, if you state another meeting that you want the report to come back to. Sort of the same idea as a referral.
So we're deferring it to the next meeting?
If that's what you choose, yes.
Yes. That's what I heard. Because it's going to be a long debate, he said. He doesn't. I don't think it's going to be a long debate, but let's vote on the deferral. And if it defers, it's okay. So all in favor of the deferral to the next meeting? 1, 2, okay. That's defeated. All opposed to deferral? I'm sorry, I didn't call that yet. Opposed? Okay, so it's defeated. Right? She's gone right now. Okay, so this is back on the table, so comments or questions in regards to the report? Councillor Verkuyk.
I would always prefer a paper ballot, but this works well. It's been proven the last by-election and the last election. My only question is, do we have an idea, or if we don't, can we get a cost based on the 2014 numbers for the cost of the election, multiply it by the increase in population, and put in an inflation factor just to show us how much it would cost to do a paper ballot. So when the public asks us how come we're not doing a paper ballot, we can say, well, your taxes would go up 0.1%. So do you want to pay that money for a paper ballot?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Verkuyk. I don't have those numbers right at my fingertips. I didn't get a specific costing in today's numbers for what tabulators and all the additional equipment for a paper ballot election would cost. But certainly I can provide those. I can get some quotes on those and provide those numbers to council, or as you said, extrapolate from a previous election and provide those.
Okay, thank you. We'll get those numbers then. Okay, further comments or questions? Councillor Ferragini? I got Councillor Harper.
I'm okay with sticking with the voting method that we used in the last election. I found that a lot of residents were actually very thankful for that. They didn't have to stand in lines. They didn't have to wait. It was very quick. They were amazed. They were like, wow, I can't believe how fast that was. It unfortunately didn't really bring our voting numbers up, which kind of sucked, because I figured, especially being at fingertips, that you're on all the time, it would have been a lot easier to vote and get everybody to do it. The vote turnout was still pretty much the same as we went to the as it was when we were doing the paper. I think it was the 30s. It was in the 30s, and I think that's the same as what we were getting with the papers too. So I like the convenience of it. A lot of people told me they like the convenience of it, and yeah, I would leave it the way it is now.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Harper and then Councillor Dykey. Councillor Dano next. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's talk about some hard numbers here. 82%, 82.5% of people use the internet for voting. 6.6% was telephone. 10.9% use the kiosk. It's a hard telling fact. Numbers provided by the CAO. Thank you very much for this information. Concerning part of that is I would be okay with this, but I would like to explore some more security measures in regards to oh, I had the word. Oh my God. What's the kind of word when you're like you have to verify or something? Yeah, like some verification sort of thing. What? No, because when I look at the voter turnout, and I have it pretty broken down, there was 73 people from United States, 6 from India, 2 from France, 2 from Japan, 2 from Portugal, 2 from Israel, 2 from UK. The list goes on. Then there's 623 that were not captured because it was due to telephone, but it doesn't tell us where they were from, where they were. So like when I say I need some more security measures put in place for this stuff, I think that would ratify a lot of the points that are being brought out when people talk about paper ballots, because you know who they are. But verification stuff, like you have to do authenticator apps and stuff like that for a lot of things, or two-face or two-touch verification things are going in because of fraud and all that stuff. So I like those explored in regards to our options to basically ensure voter verification process is in line with like the most recent updates of that as well. And I think I basically proved my point that people from all over the world are voting in a municipal election, and then 623 from telephone, we don't know where they came from. So, and I get that, yeah, from vacation stuff.
Just to I can confirm you're to Japan.
Yeah.
Yes, I know. They called me.
Oh, okay.
Two people who were in Japan, they called me that night, they voted. That you're seeing it around the world because people are able to vote from anywhere.
No, I get
And they
that,
get the
but
vote,
I'm
they get
saying
the
if
pin,
we
so-
still have some more authentication and security measures upgraded, I'm okay with
yep.
that. I'm really okay with
I
this.
just wanted to say that I can confirm.
No, I know
can
some
confirm the
people
Japan.
that did vote across from other countries too in this list. But my point being is that we need those security measures and authentications to match the local times. And if the banks do it, all the apps are doing it, everything's asking for two-face interfacing, like, two-push notifications, stuff like that. Yeah, that's where we should be going, and I'd like to see that come back after this report to just upgrade with the times.
Point well taken. Thank you, Councillor. That's something we can certainly explore with the vendor and see how that works and what, I can also report back on all the security measures in place and procedures for the system itself. Further reports will be coming to you as we go through this process. I realize it's early now. It's I think it's 447 days away, so for 477 maybe 447. I looked it up today, but we're out a little bit, but it's still coming close. So certainly I'll be providing more reports to council as more information as we go through the process and more things develop. But I can certainly take that point away. As far as people voting from, you see people from other countries voting, it is the method that's in place that allows people to vote from anywhere, literally, 24 hours, 24/7 sort of thing from any country. So they could be traveling, they could be on vacation. It still allows them to vote in our municipal election.
Okay, good point. Okay, Councillor Dyke.
I had the same concerns, just to upgrade to security. I like the fact that we don't have, I'm old-fashioned too, I would have liked to see the ballot, but on the other hand, and I'm disappointed to see not as people, I was hoping to see more people vote versus last time. But at the end of the day, as we have it, the internet, phone, and maybe look at opportunities in the senior centers. Maybe there's some ballots or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, I had a few people after election come to me and said to me they would have preferred to see ballots as too. But that was only a few comments I got. But what I didn't like is where I have seen candidates go to the door and then trying to convince the people to vote. They would go into the person's house and say, here's a card, please vote for me, and they would force their way, almost convince their way in. And I asked them to come forward to speak to you, Tara. But at the end of the day, this could go on, and I just hope that we could come up with a better way of security. That's why I was hoping to air all these items out.
Thank you. Councillor Giordano.
Thank you, Councillor Dysky. That was exactly what I was going to start off my conversation with. The problem is, and I'm going to be the devil's advocate to everyone here. Yeah, I like the convenience factor, but what do we get in return? We got no improvement, really, when it came to our turnout. But what we did do is we have the stronger ability for people to force or intimidate people to vote certain ways. I saw it myself. A lot of people come forward saying that people walk into a house and they're like, oh, sign, vote here. Let me help you. Oh, well, yeah, that's my name over there. And the next thing you know, they're getting all the votes. So I'm a traditionalist. I like proper vote. It's the gold standard for a reason, because you have to show up. You have to show proper ID. My biggest concern is actually how do people get their voter cards? I'm not a big fan of just providing a phone bill or something else. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay, here you go. Go ahead and vote, right? No, you got to be able and eligible to vote. And I think we need to tighten that up too, because I think it's a little too loose right now, and there's so many people taking advantage of that. It's happening across Canada, the U.S., and around the world. So, we're only in control of our little municipality. Let's make sure we do it right in the gold standard. So I'm not in support of going this. And I will say that the convenience factor is fantastic. I think it's great, but I'm not willing to give up or erode our democracy when it comes to proper vetting of how we do things. And I don't like the intimidation factor. Those are two things that influence people and they feel pressure. And I didn't like it. I didn't like it when I see it. I would never do that. And frankly, I think having somebody go and commit, that's our given right. People around the world are coming to Canada because they love our laws and our freedoms and everything else. And we're trying to make it more convenient, which is great. It's not yielding better results, but it's also creating these other problems. So I'd like to get rid of that and go back to traditional voting.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Scott next.
So just a couple of comments in response to some of what's been raised. I've had the benefit of running a mayoral campaign under the paper ballot system and then running in the two online elections, the by-election and then the general election. The paper system had its benefits, the vote everywhere, but we had to run multiple, I think it was 7 polling stations that had to be staffed, and they were only open on specific days. So you had the 2 or 3 days of advance polls and then E-Day. I like the online voting because it essentially has 10 days of an election. It's true that voter turnout didn't go up, but the corollary to that is it didn't go down. In fact, my by-election had 7 more votes than the general the year prior, and perhaps that's because it was a competitive 7-person race. Perhaps it's because we made it easier for people, and unlike other municipalities, we didn't see a drop. So hard to prove the negative, but I think the fact that it's maintained, and I would say without really a competitive race at the top of the ticket last election, the fact that it stayed where it was, that was pretty helpful. So I think it works. As to the concern about vote or manipulating the will of the electorate, the Municipal Elections Act is clear what you can or cannot do to assist someone in voting, and that's true in person or online. And certainly anyone who tried that, I like to think, isn't sitting at this table, so it also didn't work.
Okay. Councillor Harper, again.
Thanks, Mayor. I have an hourly voting heat map here of the 10 days. And a lot of the voting really either happened on the first day or within the final day. Does it have to be 10 days?
Through your worship to Councillor Harper, no, the voting period does not have to be 10 days. It just allows that opportunity for people to have time, even though you're generally speaking, in any election, people will show up when it first opens, even with paper ballots at voting locations, and then we'll wait till the very last minute to vote as well. So, but allowing that sort of time frame just does increase the convenience time, the opportunity for people to cast their votes. It just allows that extra time. We have our voter help centers in operation during that time, so we've got hours in the evening, weekend days, variety of hours for people to come in and get that assistance if they need it. So we do like to keep that. The vendors, I think, generally recommend a 12 to 14 day voting period with internet and phone voting. So it does seem like a long time, but it's also just that opportunity for people to cast their ballots.
So what would the process look like for us to either shorten that or extend that? Do we have to go through this vendor, or can we make that recommendation? Because certainly when you're looking at this data that I brought out in like beautiful colors and everything down to the minute or the hour, you can clearly see that there's some room for adaptation here. And if we've run it 2 cycles already and we don't change it based on the projections, then maybe we could and make it more streamlined and efficient.
Again, a point well taken. That's something we can look at a little more closely. It would be up to the election administrators to determine those timeframes and that voting period per se, and when we have the voter help center. So looking at previous statistics will help us determine that, and we will take that into account for sure in planning.
At Deputy Mayor Sandu, I've got Councillor Kike and Councillor Scott. We're at 10:56, so if we can get that done in 4 minutes, otherwise we have to do a procedural bylaw.
Okay, I'll be quick. I agree with this report. I'm in favor of the method we used last election. I don't understand what the fear is of having 14 days. It's just, look at the numbers on those days. If we took those out, those people might not vote the other days. So I don't have an issue sticking with what's proposed to us. Hey, it's giving more days and opportunities for democratic process to work. People come out and vote. So I don't have an issue with this report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Kike.
Just, are we not trying to be consistent too with New Tech, Innisfil, ESSA, and Agila? Like, it's all pretty well the same time frame, and we're doing joint advertising?
Yeah, with respect to the Joint Advertising Council for Kike, that's generally promoting that the municipal election is happening. It doesn't, because we are doing Simcoe County wide with respect to those specific ads, we don't get into sort of the details of each municipality's separate election details, but we do encourage people the municipal election is happening and give them enough information that they know to go to their local municipalities to check the information to be able to vote.
Okay, I should do this first before we go any further, okay, so we don't. So council, I got to put on the floor that council move to extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m. until such time as all remaining items on the agenda are addressed. So are we good with that? I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councilor Kike, seconded by Councilor Scott. All in favor? Carried. Okay. All right. Councilor Scott.
Yeah, just very briefly, to Councilor Harper's question about 10 days being too long, it's a third of what you have federally and provincially, where the returning office is open every day of the writ for you to go vote.
Okay. Further comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we will call for the vote on the recommendation. So all in favor of the recommendation? 1, 2, 3.
Mayor, I'd like to call a recorded vote on this.
Okay.
Okay, so in favor of moving forward with the voting methods for the 2026 municipal election, we'll start with Councillor Giordano. Please say yes in favor or no in opposition.
No.
Councillor Peter Dykey. Councillor Ferragini.
No.
Councillor Harper.
Yes.
Councillor Scott. Councillor Verkuyk.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Sandhu.
Yes.
And Mayor Leduc.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on to 9.9. Mayor and Council Golf Classic Summary, a recommendation that report CAO 2025-3 titled the 2025 Mayor and Council Golf Classic Summary be received for information, and the Golf Committee reconvenes in January 2026 to commence the planning process for the 2026 Mayor and Council Golf Classic. Mover and second, put this on the floor, please. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Dykey. Question, concerns with the report? Councillor Scott and Councillor Kike.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this was a fun event, and I want to thank staff, the organizing committee, and the sponsors for making it happen. And I also want to thank the CAO for answering my questions earlier today. I was trying to reconcile the funds raised this year, but also over the past 2 years with the publicly stated commitments to various events. I'm just going to focus on this year because I had satisfactory answers to past years. Unfortunately, there seems to be a gap between what was communicated to the public about the 2025 proceeds and the actual impact. Promotions in advance, the post-event news release, and this report said the funds would go to, quote, essential upgrades to various parks, such as Rotary Park. In reality, the tournament contributed $40,000 solely to Rotary Park. Rotary Park was already fully funded and approved in the 2025 budget at $135,000. So the tournament offset about 1/4 of its cost, again, which was already budgeted. This perhaps could free up that amount for future upgrades, which is welcome, but it's a very different story than suggesting the event directly funded the project in addition to funding upgrades to various, whatever that meant, other parks. So in reality, we funded a quarter of one park, not multiple park projects. Any additional funding is a good thing. I'm not questioning that. But I do worry about approving this until we have more transparency around the numbers. I think Councillor Verkuyk and perhaps Councillor Giordano had asked last year about transparency as to the revenue, the donation side. I'm asking about the expenses side. So I'm going to move that this report be referred back to staff with a request to return by early fall with a breakdown for 2023, 2024, and 2025 showing gross revenue from registrations and sponsorship, event expenses, net proceeds, how those funds have been spent or committed over the past 3 years, and what percentage of the projects were then funded by the tournament. And I emailed the clerk in advance, so they have this. I think we owe it to the public to tidy this up if there was an overcommitment or some enthusiasm that wasn't realized in the actual accounting afterwards, because this carries the town's name. I think we branded it the Mayor and Council Tournament. It certainly uses town resources and supports important local causes over the years. So I'd like to refer this back to get that additional information. I think it will tidy things up, and if mistakes happen, they happen, but funding one park when the commitment was to fund various parks, and the funding for that one park was just a quarter of the total costs, that wasn't as advertised.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dykey.
As a ward councillor that had the Rotary Park upgraded, and I must say I received many calls on problems with the old pavilion and the people living in it, and all the problems it causes for the neighbors for Drury Street and Holland Court. I just want to thank the committee. I know there was a lot of funds that went to the various positive things, Scannon Creek and the whole 9 yards, but I just want to thank for a benefit. I know it was in the budget, but I haven't seen all those final numbers as well when it came to Rotary Park. But I think at the end of the day that it's a big improvement in downtown. So private funding and taxation, it really benefited the old part of town. So I just want to thank your mayor and the many councils, Karen and everybody that sits on the committee. And it's not easy to fundraise these projects, especially with golf tournaments. It's not easy to get the funds.
So I have a point of order. I moved a referral and I would need a seconder, but that would then have to take precedence over general debate.
Move to referral, okay. I thought you made an amendment to the motion.
No, Mr. Mayor, I clearly stated that I'd like to refer it back to staff. I specified when and the items I'd want. I need a seconder on a referral motion, and then that takes precedent, but it is debatable. We've been through this twice tonight.
No problem. Good for you. Okay, so we need a seconder for that? You're seconding it?
I'll second it, but can I add, will there be debate so I can ask for further information on other things?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Ask away. Floor.
So I guess if possible, we have the event sponsor, we have platinum sponsors. These major sponsors are, they're putting their name out there at the event, I believe. And I don't see why they're not listed in this report. Who's donating what? You know, they're not hiding it, because I believe that they're putting it out there during the event, so it's not private information, but it's not very transparent to the public.
I'd consider that friendly to my referral motion.
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Giordano, go ahead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we've had some discussions offline about this and some of the emails, and yeah, this is the type of information that when it comes to building trust with the community and everything else, it's good to know. What the only concern I have is that you don't want to scare away, but you know, if they're putting their logo out there and they're saying, hey, I'm a platinum sponsor, or I'm a gold sponsor, or I'm a whole sponsor, there's a rate card, it's well advertised, so I would say that that's pretty fair game to at least detail that, or at least have it in buckets, right? So some sort of transparency that shows that. I wouldn't want to, you know, promote that and throw it out all across, you know, for everyone to see. But at the same time, when you sign up for a municipal anything and you're giving donations, it should be a lot more transparent than we have it right now.
Yeah, Councilor Harper.
Thanks, Mayor. This is kind of a bit bugging me. It's almost like we're on a witch hunt here or something. But can I get a clarification? Like, is there a requirement that we have to like transparently show who donates privately? Do we have to reach out then to these donors to get their consent to put it publicly? Like, did we put it in any position where we would tell the public that they would be doing this? I mean, it was a mayor and council golf tournament, but like, where do we stand on this? Like, do we have to have them like? I just want to know what the actual ruling is on this, because it's a bit confusing and it just like, you know, Councilor Jana, you put it right. You don't want to scare anybody off here, but like the report like this is exactly what you might do, and we're actually getting a lot of things done in this town. And I understand Councilor Scott, you know, wanting to make sure that the proper places or things were funded, and that part I don't mind with seeing where it went, but like we're tracking down and name calling donors now and stuff. It just seems a little bit far fetched here. I'd like the ruling on that. Like, do we have a process?
No, I don't know if we have a process, but we'll look through it. We'll look through it. It's everything's fair game. This is council and mayor's golf event, so there is a committee we set up, and we have members on that committee, and every year we've changed them where we've asked people to come on that committee. If this information is all available. The money's been spent on, like it's almost like we're saying that I'm hiding something, whatever. I'm not hiding anything. I don't know why we think it's me. This is a mayor and council event. Some of you actually come, some of you come for photos and leave. But some of you come and play golf. Some don't. But that's okay. I mean, this is our event. I do a lot of work to get this event off. I do a lot of fundraising for it, yeah. But we've supported the 100th RCAF event. We've supported the 100th anniversary Hall of Marsh, the Rotary Park. We supported money for our town hall for when our town hall is built. Council have money to do what they want in the foyer, to put some extras in there. That's all going to be in the account. Everything is accounted for. There's nothing unaccounted for here. There's no hidden magic thing here. We are a town. We're accountable. If you want a forensic audit, we can give you a forensic audit. I have nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide. I sent an Excel spreadsheet, the same spreadsheet that we do every year. Members of council see that. I don't know what the big idea is that we have to express who was the donor or whatever. I mean, they're at the golf event. They're on the cards. They're there. You know who they are. If you want to tell the public, go ahead and tell the public. They probably won't do it again. So I'm good with not even running a tournament again. Let's not do it. Let's save the time and effort, because this is going to cost staff time. They're the ones that have to put this all together. We have it on spreadsheets, but okay. So Councillor Scott, go ahead.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think it's fair game to ask for transparency, and I hear your defensiveness, and that's fair and fine, but I wouldn't be asking for something if the advertising, the news release, and this report didn't say that we funded multiple parks when we funded a quarter of one. That's my question. Councillor Verkuyk then asked for more information about the donors, and I'm in favor of more transparency, not less. But Councillor Harper said it feels like a witch hunt. I wouldn't be here if there wasn't a discrepancy between what was advertised, stated in the news release, and stated in the report that we funded various park upgrades, including Rotary Park, when in the end we funded a quarter of Rotary Park. That's the main thing I was asking for. I think, and Councillor Harper said that piece is fair. I'll let Councillor Verkuyk add if he wants on the donations, but I thought more transparency, not less, is a good thing.
Councillor Verkuyk?
My question is not directed at the mayor. My question is directed at staff to add this to the report. If staff consider that it's not appropriate, let staff do that. But I can ask the question. Not directed at this is a mayor and council golf tournament. So as a councillor, I should be able to ask these questions.
Certainly, you can ask any question you want. Okay, so we got a referral back on, and you have the reasons. you have everything documented on what they want referred? All the information that they're asking for, they have it? Make sure you have it, because I don't want to miss anything. Okay. So we're voting on that, a referral. So all in favor? Okay. Thank you. Supported. Okay. Moving on. We're on to staff request for staff reports. Any requests for staff report tonight? Yes, sir. Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you again. So I have a request that I hope council will support. It reflects concerns we've heard recently or directly over many years from residents, and it also follows a precedent council established last year. So I'd first like to ask staff to report back on whether there are cost efficiencies or other benefits to expanding the current Britannia Avenue resurfacing project to include Wood Crescent, Julie Court, and Jennifer Court. These are some of the older roads and among the worst condition. I mention them often, but because of lower traffic volumes, they keep getting pushed back down the priority list. We've had success in the past bundling roads like these into nearby projects to get them done more efficiently. In my ward, Patrician Court got done a few years ago that way. Last year, around this time, the mayor had a good idea, I thought, and brought forward a similar request to this to add Reagan's Industrial Parkway to the Line 8 resurfacing after business owners had raised concerns. This is a similar case, just it's dozens of residents asking. I'll wrap up quickly. The roads I'm raising are already in the capital asset renewal plan, slotted for future years at a cost of $555,000, very similar in dollar scope to Reagan's last year. If we accelerate the work and achieve cost savings by combining it with Britannia now, I think that's worth exploring. So I'd like to see us ask staff to report back on this at the meeting in September. And then second, I'm also going to ask staff to review whether two small and seemingly overlapping reserve funds, the Parking Lot Reserve Fund and the Capital Facilities Reserve Fund, could be consolidated into our Capital Asset Renewal Reserve Fund. This would streamline planning and capital projects. It would add roughly $500,000, which is incidentally roughly the cost of the road projects I'm asking to look into accelerating into the capital asset plan. So hopefully those are two practical proposals that I'd like staff to report on so we can make a decision. I'm not saying we need to say yes or no to either thing tonight, but I'd like the information brought back, please.
Sorry, point of order. I just have to declare a conflict on the Britannia one, so if you could split the vote.
Okay. Okay, moved by Councillor Vergeik, so. Okay, second. So we have that. You've heard what Councillor Scott wants on. So, questions? Yeah.
Sure. So when the reports come back, it would like staff to highlight if it's going to push any other regularly scheduled projects back, regardless of where the savings are and how we're doing it, if it's going to, and which projects are going to be pushed back. That way we can decide at that time whether we're going to go through with this or not.
So yeah, I want to support this. It's always best to do due diligence when it looks at optimization of any type of project, but I agree with the Deputy Mayor 100%. I wouldn't want to sacrifice or push back another project that is maybe on a higher priority list or something else, but I find that there's always ways to look at scenarios. So I look forward to the solutioning that they bring back and seeing how that plays.
Okay, so we can split the vote then if you want. Okay, so we'll just vote on the report for looking for resurfacing of the roads to start. Okay, okay, and then we'll do the one with consolidating the reserve funds. Okay, so all in favor of the report for the consolidation of the roads repaving? Okay, carried. Next one is on the consolidation, a report for the consolidation of the two reserve funds to be moved into the capital expenditure reserve. Okay, that's carried. Two reports are coming. Oh, mover and seconder. Well, the same mover and seconder, yeah. Sorry. Okay, good. Any further requests for staff reports? We don't have any. Nobody came to the CAO. That was it?
Geraldine was going to ask for one on the consultation.
Oh, yeah.
She'll have to bring it up next month.
Yeah, okay. I could have brought it up for her. It's okay, I let go. Okay. Yeah, because she didn't, she has to go through CAO. Okay, there's no committee hall. We're on to, let's move on. Section 12, committee minutes and recommendations. Recommendations of the committee minutes and recommendations, item 12.1 inclusive, be received and approved. Mover seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Verkuyk, seconded by Councillor Dykey. Question, concerns with any minutes and recommendations? All right. Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. We are on to no new business. 14, bylaws. Recommendation that bylaws 2025, 81, 82, and 84 be passed. 81 is a zoning bylaw amendment, and 82 is a building inspector appointment bylaw. Lumeng Yang, so welcome to our building department. And then a pre-service agreement with Bond Head Properties 8. So mover second to put this on the floor. Moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councilor Ferragini. Question or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Announcements. We don't have, we have general announcements. So let's get through that. I'll try and speed read today. No, maybe I'll take my time. Already passed. Okay, so we got council announcements. Proclamations and flag raisings. We have several in August. Fierte Simcoe Pride, we did that today. Jamaican Independence Day on August 6th. National Peacekeepers Day, August 9th. Pakistani Independence Day, August 14th. Indian Independence Day, August 15th. Ukrainian Independence Day, August 24th. On to the next slide. We have council up-and-coming events. We have outdoor movies happening in August. So every Tuesday in August, we have movies. Check that out, please. And then we have Carrot Fest that is happening on August 15th and 16th. So please come out and enjoy Carrot Fest with us. Next slide, council announcements. Other events and campaigns. We have the community grant application that's opened now, please. Deadline to apply is by October 1st. We also have the Youth Council Design Contest. So please share that out. And there's a $150 gift card for the best design. And then we have Take Our Accessibility Survey. So please share that as much as possible to share that accessibility survey. Other ones, we have events and campaigns. So we have an open air fireworks ban right now. So fire burning and fireworks ban is in effect immediately. So please do not have any open air fires or fireworks until the ban is lifted. The last one is our Connected Edition. It's out now. It's out digitally, and our copies will be in our buildings very soon. So look for the Summer Connected Edition. It has lots of information in there for council. Was that fast enough, council? Record, eh? Very good. Oh, yes, Councilor Giordano.
I think in the past you've promoted other councilors' events, but I don't see my event on here, and we don't have another council meeting until the event. Oh, okay. I was hoping to have the graphic and everything else like everybody else. Okay, so August 23rd, Retro Block Party. It's open to the entire town to purchase tickets. You can go to www.vipbwg.ca. Thank you.
Sorry, we didn't mean to miss that. We forgot it. I apologize about that. Okay, 17, confirmed proceedings. Recommendation that bylaw 2025-83, a bylaw to confirm proceedings of the regular council and committee whole meeting dated August 5th, 2023 be enacted. Moved by Councillor Dykey, seconded by Councillor Harper. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Adjournment. Recommendation of the meeting hereby adjourned at, what time is it? 11:20. Moved by Councillor Verkuyk, seconded by Councillor Giordano. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us.